I know, it was a long one, wasn't it?
I think she
I got
said
out just in
Wednesday
time.
First, she was not good next week. Have you got anything Monday or Tuesday?
Except that most of it was my own firm, so I could work anyway.
I'm not aligned.
What?
I was before I got recruited away to this, yeah.
Yeah, that'll stay for that. That'll be a good spectator sport before I go to lunch. Today's the 12th.
Well, if you're retired.
And
Yeah, as I say.
Friday, even this week's Friday in the morning would even be good.
When, Milius? Report is the,
Okay.
yeah.
Where? You hear? I'll
And
check with
they're still
Mary
doing
Ann.
that.
I would prefer Tuesday after 11. You said?
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention.
Okay. I'll check on it, either one of those days. And okay. Well.
I don't know.
Well, I'll see. I mean, I don't mind. I also don't mind coming to town, and I don't know about Marianne. So we ought to try to do it Tuesday. The staff has. I did not mean for it to get. Amanda had them all in.
Yeah, there's a comp plan workshop at the Arts Center
On
Tuesday night.
maybe why don't?
Get there before that.
All right, I'll mention that to her. That's right.
I'll be coming up for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll try to do that. See where we can get. I have told, and he remembered me.
You guys still doing a lot of work
Like
overseas?
Southwest Corridor Plan. Mayor Rogers, or Commissioner Rogers from Washington County was there. And I reminded him that the first time I spoke as a professional on a land use matter in front of his city council, and he thought, he said 35 years ago. I think it was 33 years ago. And I reminded him that we tried to do something like Southwest Corridor Plan in the early 80s and failed. And part of the reason was because we couldn't get Washington County people to Portland to speak the same language. I do not want that to happen again. Talk to you later. Thank you.
Thank you.
What brings you down, John?
No. Just Portland. No, we've done do work in Seattle and do work in Los Angeles. Yeah, it's good and bad. It's got its, yes. Out in the office here. Am I ever not here when you ask me to be here?
I'm right
Yeah,
here.
or am I, you ask me to be there and I'm there, but, it's not the same as being able to walk down the streets and stuff. No. Okay, cool. You're like Chris number 4 that will start working. Just, I'll let you know. You're sitting down there texting or something. I might see some stuff. Hey, Susan. So what did Chris do? Yeah. We're all over here.
Just a pariah.
I'm gonna come over and sit with you, Chris.
Good switch. So? Good. A little crazy. We actually just interviewed yesterday. It was exciting.
No, because you're like, you're just finishing doing the work and you're like,
Yeah.
oh God, now I gotta go
Chris,
there. I'm not gonna
yeah, I read all of it. Yeah.
on the face and do the whole
You know,
thing.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
So.
good. Thank you so much for doing this.
I
hear you're coming to our
Oh, my transit displays? Yeah, that was fun.
Okay, I'll be there. Oh, I am, Perp, right.
Perp,
Yep,
Perp.
yep, yep, yep. Were you
Jan-
upstairs this morning? By somebody.
Well, I don't make any money off that, so.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that.
Okay.
I made money off it. I've had conflicts of interest upside down and all this stuff, so. Oh, Stacy says the same thing. Yeah.
There are cupcakes back there.
Where?
Because it's Mardi Gras. And
Where?
it's, they're little ones. They're little ones. Back
I
there.
have the biggest sweet tooth in the world.
You can take more than one. Well, no, it's Mardi Gras today.
Yeah, Fat Tuesday.
And then Valentine's Day is coming up. So it's,
These are from you?
yeah, President's Day. I mean, just
Celebrating
kind of,
what?
it's everything.
No, I'm working my way through.
I don't know. I just bought them. I didn't. Jeez.
Want me to get you one while I'm over there? Or you want to pick out your favorite?
No, you pick for me. I trust your judgment.
Are you a chocolate guy?
You better get a. You want one? Oh yeah, you're eating healthy.
How are you, sir?
Good, how are you doing?
I'm good. Look at those.
Thank you.
Great. Wow.
Marshmallow. I'm hoping.
We're getting some. They didn't show up. There's still people down there wandering around. They can't get up.
Come on, how do you get lost in the basement? You went really down.
You went deep.
They're coming.
How many do we have? 1, 2. Oh. We can get started if you want. We're good. Yep. Chris?
I think I.
And you're leaving at 2:15. Okay. We're going to get started with the Planning Sustainability Commission meeting on February 12th, Mardi Gras Day. The agenda today is call to order, items of interest from the commissioners and from the director, consent agenda from meeting minutes from January 22nd and 29th. We'll have a planning sustainability officers vote decision, and then we'll have a briefing on Brownfield study. And then we'll have another briefing on the comprehensive plan scenarios report. And then at 2:15, we'll have a continued work session on West Hayden Island, and hopefully adjourned by 4:15 today. To get started, items of interest from fellow commissioners. Chris?
Well, I'd note that we had, several of us met with the community out on West Hayden Island. I think it's interesting that all three commissioners who attended made the same wrong turn to the same incorrect location for the meeting. So I don't know what that says for our planning abilities. Can't really map. But I do want to know for the record, it was the commissioner on a bicycle who led the way to the correct location.
But you did get lost with us, too. So, yeah, that was a very good meeting with the community. It was very good. Other items?
Can you describe the content of that meeting? Did you,
Yeah,
I'd like to know.
it was really their meeting, and so the idea was to hear their concerns and what concerned them about West Hayden Island. We heard concerns about the viability of even the facility, whether or not it was a, would be a ongoing facility, the impacts to the community from health, impacts to the natural wildlife, the environment, concerns about how the port works with them as a community. Obviously, the health of their mobile home parks, and we heard from many of the other communities, including some of the housing units on the river,
Floating homes.
floating
Floating
homes.
homes in
And
the
so,
channel.
Yeah. So those concerns also.
Great, thanks, Andre.
And, well, the other concern was CRC that was raised and the impact of CRC on,
In general?
well, in general, but also, health impact and that connection with West Hayden Island and from that standpoint.
Great.
I just have a follow-up question. Who was at the meeting?
It was myself, Chris, and Howard. And
And it was representatives of both the Neighborhood Association, High Noon, and then the Hayden Island Livability Project.
yeah. And then concerned citizens.
Yep.
I think there's about 10, 12 people there.
Meeting.
It's a good group.
Yeah. Other items? Director? Susan?
Good afternoon. I started to say good morning. Long morning already. So half a dozen announcements, updates, and a few questions for you. The first announcement is that on February 27th, we'll have the Historic Resources Code Improvement Project that you all looked at and passed on to City Council. That will be at City Council February 27th at 9:30 a.m. It's a time certain. It would be great to have a representative of the commission at council, so I don't know if there is a volunteer or if Andre wants to do that.
I can do it. But if someone else wants to join me, that'd be great.
And the date and time again?
February 27th at 9:30.
You want to join? Okay.
Second is that, well, there's several items related to the Central City Plan, in particular the West Quadrant. The first meeting of the West Quadrant Stakeholders Advisory Committee that our own Catherine Schultz and also Karen Williams are co-chairing will be on March 11th. I don't have the time right here, but I'll send all this out to you so you have a list of all these announcements. It's March 11th. Similarly, we're going to have a couple of events starting in Old Town Chinatown to kind of dig into that area. The first is a forum intended to focus on the future of that area, and it will be on March 8th at the White Stag Building from 8:30 until 12:30. And then on March 15th, we'll hold a charrette, basically on all of the issues that we've started to talk about on the 8th. That will be an all-day event. I'm hoping to get the mayor to one of these events, either the kickoff of the stakeholder advisory group or to the charrette or others, and some of the mayor's staff potentially to some of those things to get them involved and up to speed on all of that. We're also, I think as you heard, going to begin the Southeast Quadrant process earlier than originally anticipated, and we're going to kick that off in the next couple of months also. We hope that that process really will begin by April, May, in earnest anyway. So you'll hear a lot more about that. I think the next year you'll have quite a bit on both the West Quadrant and the Central East Side. Another item is, I just wanted to make sure that y'all knew that, while we were doing the Portland plan, we spent a lot of time talking about education and our increased coordination with the school districts. And so we're continuing to do that. We met with the superintendents. They meet, I think, quarterly. And Deborah Stein attended the superintendent's meeting that was held last week, brought them up to speed on what we were doing in the comprehensive plan, looking at draft policies, upcoming map changes, and things that they would be interested in. They were very interested in, how can they use the comprehensive plan and the results of that and implementation that happens after the comprehensive plan to look at ways to, with their bonding that they've just done in terms of a lot of new construction potentially happening over the next 3-4 years, how can we make sure things run smoothly? And so they're looking at some of those issues. Many of those issues we've looked at over the past couple of years. So I just want to make sure you all knew that we're continuing that conversations. And I think sometime in the next year, maybe bring one of those conversations back to this group to make sure that we're doing what we said we wanted to be doing as part of the Portland plan related to education. We'll also be starting an update of the climate action plan. That's a joint city-county plan. And so I would like to have at least one representative from this group to be a part of that update. It's probably a 6 to 9 month commitment. It's, we aren't going to do an overhaul, but we are going to do sort of a new 3-year work plan on that. And the county is in the process of picking a couple of people that would be their county representatives to the process. So I will, again, send out an email about that and let you all know, and you can let me know who's interested. And finally, just wanted to let you know that you all received from Julie the parking proposal. And just if there were any specific questions about that, I think the response has been on both sides. I think we hit a good spot, at least to begin the discussion.
Equal
discussion. Actually, it's been pretty quiet, and I think one of the things that I'm very happy about is no matter what people's response has been to the actual items in the proposal, they're very glad that we moved quickly and that we're making some movement on it. And so I'm just really proud of staff for getting on the issue, moving it through, and putting a proposal on the table, literally in, what the mayor's been in for a month. And so I think we did a good job of getting that out in front of the public and moving on this. So that will be here on March 12th. And so if you have specific questions or things you want to talk about that proposal, we won't really be doing any formal briefing here until the 12th, but I'm happy, and so is staff, to answer questions and have discussions about it with you individually or small groups.
And Michelle is going to be the chair. I was volunteered to be chair that day because I will be out of town. So it sounds like she's got an easy time of it. Yeah,
Get her cupcake.
a couple back there.
I don't think there's anything else. I think the only other thing was we had, Andre is going to draft a letter from the commission about our budget. We have our first budget hearing on the 19th, I believe, or 20th, next week on Wednesday. At council, and they're going to do it in 2 sessions this time, so that will be our first session. And you've heard the story already in terms of the impacts on our budget. It's looking like between 11 and 20 positions lost, so very significant. And I'm very concerned at our capacity if we don't get any of the ad packages to. We won't be able to successfully do the comp plan, the central city plans, and have all the district planners doing what they do right now. And so I just don't think that we'll be able to continue the way that we're doing this work. So if we don't get any of the additional funding, we'll have to really look at what we're doing. Thanks.
Thank you. Next item is consent agenda, consideration of minutes from January 22nd and 29th.
Move approval?
Second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Nope. Approved. PCS, the Plain Sustainability Officers vote. I'm proposing to keep the myself and Howard and Michelle as officers again for one more year.
I don't blame you.
If any other offers or I guess or
You would have put it, actually.
yeah.
Let's see who isn't here.
How? Yeah.
So are you looking for a nomination?
A
for those
nomination, yeah.
officers? I will nominate Andre as chair, Michelle and Howard as vice chairs.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Vote.
Hanson.
Aye.
Oxman.
Aye.
Rudd. Aye. Schultz.
Aye.
Shapiro.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Valdez. Aye. Bach.
Aye.
Thanks, you guys.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Appreciate that very much.
Hey, those cupcakes are working.
You had your turn.
I put in my time.
No, just the parking.
Why don't we just let her chair the,
We'll see how it goes.
The next item is the Brownfield study. It's a briefing. Tyler?
Is it on already?
You have it up. It's on. There you go.
All right.
Yep.
So my name is Tyler Bump. I'm an economic planner with the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability. Thank you very much for taking the time today to hear about an issue that's near and dear to my heart, and that's Brownfields. A couple weeks ago, I was walking down 82nd Avenue with some friends, and my friends are very unlucky in that I have a habit of talking about planning issues outside of my professional life. I was walking along with my friends and realized that they were talking about brownfields. So I've had a little bit of input, I think, on how they're kind of interpreting the urban environment around them. And then also, it's made it clear to me that these are in every neighborhood, nearly every neighborhood throughout the city, nearly every business district throughout the city. Impacts residential neighborhoods, impacts places that we work, and the kind of health and environment of our city. So with that, a quick introduction. We received a CET grant for Metro last year to undertake this work, and did this kind of in conjunction with some work that they were doing with the Brownfields Regional Project. And so we've made a good attempt to stay consistent in our efforts and our methodology throughout so that we can kind of build a little more of the detailed work that we've done in the city of Portland up towards the regional level and be consistent in our policy efforts from there. The general research question that we wanted to answer was, what would it take to get to 100% redevelopment and remediation of our brownfield inventory by 2035? And so there's a lot that we did. We'll go into the findings a little bit. And if you have any questions throughout, please let me know. There's a lot. We could get into the weeds on methodology and how we define this stuff, but if there's some clarifying question, please let me know. And one more thing I wanted to touch on too that comes up a lot in these conversations is, why isn't enforcement working? The federal Superfund law and the Oregon cleanup law set the regulatory framework for contaminated properties in the state and in the country. And there are a few things that are happening. One is that the regulatory framework has been effective in cleaning up some of the most contaminated sites, but it has had a kind of a chilling effect on investment on some of the other sites due to the liability associated with contamination. And so we see this mismatch of where our resources for the public sector being able to identify sites and spend time on sites, and kind of what's falling in the cracks and where the market is not responding to that disincentive for redevelopment remediation. Another thing is that a lot of the liable parties are oftentimes small business owners or have ceased operations years ago. So you've got 3 or 4 property owners that have purchased this property in the last 30 years, and the responsible party, could have happened 60 years ago or 50 years ago. So there's all these kind of difficult issues that we're addressing with this that kind of frames the conversation a little bit.
Can I ask a quick question, maybe naive? If you own a brownfield property, are you required to disclose that when you sell it?
That's a very good question.
Really?
if you know about it and you've done the sort of, site assessment, then technically, yes. A lot of folks, prospective purchasers of properties, are responsible to do that themselves. So if you go in and buy a commercial property that was an industrial use 30 or 40 years ago and you don't do a proper site assessment on it and do your due diligence as a prospective purchaser, then it's really on you, while the liability for the contamination is still on the original party that contributed to that contamination. You've got to comb through historic insurance. You've got to go through the whole legal world to get that settled, and it takes a long time.
So if they don't disclose it and a new owner applies for a permit, the city then informs if it's a brownfield. Is that what goes on?
Well, DEQ actually maintains the Brownfield database, so they have a list of sites that are on their register for, and they have two different data sets that we're looking at in this work. One is the environmentally contaminated site inventory, and the other is a leaking underground storage tank inventory. And those get on that register either by an enforcement action or voluntary enrollment in the voluntary cleanup program, which is a lot of kind of the voluntary piece. A lot of this happens, a lot of brownfield remediation and redevelopment happens in the private market without any knowledge of the public sector. And that's worth acknowledging. We've done, as part of the EOA, we did a lot of development trends research to look and see what's happening for commercial and industrial development. And it seems to be, at least the development trends that we looked at shows that about 40% of our brownfields have been redeveloping. And a lot of that has been happening in the private market. So, it's kind of, there's two different sides of it there. So, yeah, that's a very good question. So today's agenda, I want to talk about a few things. Brownfields 101, get everybody kind of up to the same page on what we're talking about here. Brownfield inventory and typologies, the sites that we're looking at and how we're looking at them. Financial feasibility analysis, we've done a pro forma, a redevelopment pro forma for these different typologies, and look to see what it would cost to redevelop. Public benefit analysis, that's the sort of tax revenue generation, employment, different public benefits from redevelopment. Policy and tools recommendations to get us where our goals are, where we'd want to be. And then a summary, and then next steps, what we're working on right now to kind of advance some of these efforts. So Brownfields 101, this is the EPA's definition. The term brownfield refers to real property, the expansion, redevelopment, or reuse of which may be complicated by the presence or potential presence of hazardous substances. So this is kind of a broad definition. It applies to essentially vacant and underutilized sites that aren't in current production, that aren't in current use, that are hampered either by perception of contamination or known contamination on the site. Why should we care about brownfields? Many reasons why we should care about brownfields. Economic development. This work was informed by some of the research that we did for the EOA. Environmental health, the environmental health implications of contamination, site contamination, public health. The public health piece is a big part of what the Portland Brownfields program does, and that is administered through BES. Preserving agricultural land, the more land that we can reuse within our urbanized areas, the more that we can kind of maintain our urban growth boundary. And then industrial land supply is a subset of economic development. We'll go into that in a little more detail. So this is I believe 1953, the Albina fuel site. That's at 33rd and Northeast Broadway, looking east. And about in the middle is the Albina fuel site today at 33rd and Broadway, that big vacant parcel right there, next to the Freddy's on Northeast Broadway. You can see that there's a fence up, and you can see that there's not much going on in that site when you go by, but you don't get a sense of the scale of the issue of some of these things until you look at it, kind of from the aerial view. This is what it looks like today. And this is what's proposed. This is a brownfield site that has been remediated by the private market, by the responsible parties and the previous property owners. And this is a mixed-use project that's being proposed as Grant Park Village in the Sullivan's Gulch neighborhood. 211 new housing units, 48,000 square feet of retail, including a New Seasons, and 90-plus new full-time jobs. So in our neighborhoods, at least, this is a kind of an example of what a brownfield could offer to the public as far as public benefit for housing, accommodating our housing growth goals, and accommodating our job growth. This is a chart that is probably pretty familiar to everyone. This was kind of one of the summary charts that we used in the EOA discussions of looking at the surplus and deficits of different kinds of employment land. The big piece that we're looking at here relative to brownfields is how can we use brownfields or redevelop brownfields at a higher rate to be able to kind of reduce this deficit of some of our land demand needs over the 25-year planning horizon. 100% redevelopment of the brownfield inventory would create an additional 335 acres of industrial land capacity, reducing the identified industrial land shortfall by 45%, which is
Explain that just a little bit for everybody.
Sure. So we looked at kind of the demand and capacity of our existing land supply for employment growth and employment land demand over the next 25 years and identified a shortfall for different kinds of land, primarily industrial, and a lot of it is the harbor access lands. And once we get into the financial feasibility stuff a little bit, there's a more complication with the harbor access and Superfund liability for financial feasibility. But really, we're looking at what can we do through brownfield redevelopment to get the land that we need to be able to accommodate the job growth that we're anticipating in the next 25 years.
I have a quick question. The slide that you showed of the location on 33rd and Broadway, that's 33rd and Broadway, right?
Yeah.
I used to live in that neighborhood, and there's a lot of resistance to the development on that corner. Is that still the case, or is there more of an embracement of jobs in that neighborhood, or?
From what I've
I
heard,
mean, if you know, I might be the inappropriate, you might be the wrong person to be asking this question.
I could be the right person. From,
Depends on the answer.
so
Sounds like Match.com.
yeah, just to let you know, I've been with the Bureau for about a year and 9 months now. So what I know is from what I've heard, the new project that they're proposing is a different project than what was proposed in the past. Capstone Partners are the developers on this, and they've worked very closely with the neighborhood. And the neighborhood is completely supportive of what's happening there. It is kind of a big project, a big infill project, but the site's big, and they're doing a lot of good things for the community. They've done a lot of outreach with Irvington and with Sullivan's Gulch, and so I think that folks are generally supportive of that. That's at least in the Sullivan's Gulch Neighborhood Association meetings that I've attended. That's the sentiment that I've heard. So barriers to brownfield redevelopment. 3 main barriers that we're looking at: financial, and these are kind of the direct costs related to redevelopment or remediation of brownfields. Indirect carrying cost, competition with greenfield sites. So we talk a lot about what industrial land is worth and what it costs to remediate. If you're looking at a piece of industrial land that's worth $7 a square foot in the regional market, and it costs $7 a square foot for remediation, you're immediately in the hole as far as competitiveness in the region to see that kind of development here on our brownfields. Timing is an issue of being able to remediate and bring a product to market, and limited public and private resources for site investigations and remediation. Uncertainty and risk is a big part as well. You never know what's going to happen. You buy a brownfield, and there's a higher level of risk with a brownfield property than if you're buying anything else. And that also has direct financial results as due to that risk and uncertainty. Lack of predictability in the regulatory decisions, Superfund overlay in the industrial and the harbor waterfront is a big issue, and the transaction costs of regulatory processes. And then the regulatory process, there's a perception out there of an overly constrained land use regulations specific to development and brownfield remediation, and uncoordinated or conflicting permitting processes, and lack of a timely pathway for liability settlement. And really, all of these things come back to the financial piece. And so this has really driven a lot of our analysis of looking at the financial component of this. And we'll get into the brownfield inventory and typologies. I had a run-in with a tin can last night, so I'm moving kind of slow, flipping pages today. So we didn't have an exhaustive brownfield inventory until we started this work. We kind of had a good idea, but we wanted to improve it a little bit. So what we did is we've looked at the underutilized and vacant sites that are in the buildable lands inventory, and those are all the commercial and industrial vacant and underutilized sites, and kind of overlaid that DEQ contaminated property database on top of that to come up with our brownfield inventory. And then we took that inventory and applied the typologies, which you will see in the next slide, to the brownfield inventory. And the typologies are really kind of great. They do a couple things. These are the typologies. They're consistent with Metro's work on the regional brownfield scoping project. Our employment geographies that we used for the EOA are nested within these. But what we've done is separate these out that are more responsive to the market dynamics that differ between these geographies to get a better idea of what financial feasibility of redevelopment actually looks like. And the typologies are driven primarily by historic land use and existing zoning. So what occurred there on the past and what we have zoned them to accommodate, what kind of development they will accommodate in the future. Is there any questions on this map? I think one of the things worth looking at here is the dark blue and the purple along the waterfront, the harbor waterfront there. And that's the difference between direct Superfund liability in the blue and what we call the Superfund shadow. So the blue, the direct Superfund liability, and the brown is the Superfund shadow. Those properties in the brown are not necessarily responsible for Superfund contamination as liability or as liable parties, but they have potentially contributed to Superfund status through sewer water or stormwater runoff and other site issues related to industrial use.
So on, so the purples are?
The purples are Main Street commercial west of 82nd. So we took our commercial areas and separated them out by how they function within the market and how the development market functions. We see a lot of different products within our commercial zoning happening in the inner neighborhoods and the outer neighborhoods. So to get an idea of financial feasibility of brownfield redevelopment, we kind of separated those out to account for that. And so we do see some of the commercial out at the airport and the Hayden Island stuff that falls into that inner neighborhood because they're more in line with the inner neighborhood market dynamics than the eastern neighborhood dynamics.
Are they, a follow-up question, are they tallied up as part of the land inventory for
Yes.
employment lands?
Yes.
Okay.
We now have this in there.
Thanks.
So this is what the inventory actually looks like. Citywide, we're estimating that we have about 910 acres of brownfields on commercial and industrial properties. The majority of the sites fall in these commercial areas because they're smaller sites and there's just a lot more of them throughout our commercial corridors. A lot of that has to do with some of the areas that were developed in more auto-oriented development eras, where you've got more auto uses that have contributed to that sort of site characteristic. But the majority of the acreage is in industrial areas. Most of that is in the standard industrial, and that's all of the industrial areas besides the Superfund shadow and the Portland Harbor waterfront. And 40% of the sites in the brownfield inventory are also impacted by other constraints, such as inadequate infrastructure and other physical site constraints.
So PDC did a lot of work around 10 years ago. How does that, that work, they did it around the main streets and especially in their TIF districts, around brownfields and identifying them along with PBOT around infrastructure. So how does that map look at this, or is that integrated into this?
The site constraint part of it?
Just the inventory, because they inventoried, they had a grant and they had director of brownfields and did a lot of work around brownfields.
I'm not completely sure. They may have had a grant focused on site investigation specifically in some of their areas. And really, the reason that we use the DEQ data set is because we don't have the resources to go out and do site investigations on all of the sites that we would like to see if they're contaminated or not. And so we know for sure that these have some issue. They're in the DEQ database. And so we've overlaid that with the vacant and underutilized. But the most recent PDC work was the Harbor Ready work. And it was more based on policies.
No, this is a brownfield, so, okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. This is a map of all the brownfields. It's kind of hard to tell what's going on here when you look at the citywide perspective because there are so many small neighborhood sites. You can see a little blips of them here. This is the one at 33rd and Broadway. You can see the bigger ones in the industrial areas and some of the ones out in East Portland. East Portland is an interesting geography when we're looking at this stuff. Sites in East Portland are underrepresented in the DEQ records. There's not a lot of them compared to some of the historic land use research that we've done. Most of the industrial sites are pretty well represented, and that could be because it's enforcement based and kind of DEQ pays more attention. It's hard to say. but there's not a lot, we don't have a lot of records in East Portland of what's going on out there. Fortunately, the Portland Brownfield program right now, BES, has a grant from the EPA to do site investigations and assessments specifically in East Portland as their target area. So they're doing some outreach right now with property owners to try to get more involvement in that program. So as far as our brownfield inventory goes, about 60% of it is industrial, 40% non-industrial. Now into the fun stuff with the numbers. So the financial feasibility analysis, there's financial feasibility. We've defined a financial feasibility gap, which is a portion of the total cleanup costs. And so of all the brownfield inventory to remediate and redevelop all those properties, that it would cost $240 million, we estimate, based on what we know. The financial feasibility gap is $214 million. And that difference is accounted for in those real estate markets that can absorb those remediation costs. And so we're talking about high-density development in the central city. We're talking about some of the Main Street, inner Main Street corridors that can absorb that cost because the market is strong enough to absorb that cost, whether they can achieve rents that kind of cover the development costs and the remediation. So the total financial feasibility gap by typology. Generally, environmental cleanup costs have a stronger overall influence on feasibility than the costs associated with market variables. That's rents, development costs, and location. The total feasibility gap is estimated at $214 million across all of the geographies. And when we account for Superfund costs, that total financial feasibility gap goes up to $307 million. When we get to the tools part of this discussion, we'll talk a little bit more about the Superfund piece, but it's interesting to look to see kind of how what role that plays in all of this analysis. The high-value locations that allow higher density development are much more likely to be market feasible. Mixed-use developments in some typologies, such as Main Street East, that's all the commercial corridors in east of 82nd, and some of the mixed-use hubs, that's the town centers, are just not financially feasible in the market with not accounting for remediation. And so those market costs, those market variables drive financial feasibility down for those geographies. And industrial brownfields are generally challenging to redevelop because the cleanup costs often exceed the redeveloped value, which is limited by the lower density of development that occurs on the site because it's an industrial site. The financial gap for the harbor waterfront alone, out of that $214 million, is nearly $67 million. And all of the industrial typologies together account for 77% of the total financial feasibility gap. And so I've put some arrows in here to kind of help describe what the major factors are that influence financial feasibility of redevelopment in these different geographies. Remediation costs account for most of the financial feasibility gap in the downtown high density, Main Street West, and Central City Industrial because they have the highest value real estate markets. Market variables impact, that's achievable rents and development costs. Impact mixed-use hubs and Main Street East the most. Superfund costs account for nearly 100% of financial feasibility in the Superfund shadow and harbor waterfront geographies. And the standard industrial is kind of a mix of remediation costs and market variables, and that has to do with on-site infrastructure constraints and overlay zones and site utilization and sort of different things that were built into our pro formas. So the public benefit analysis, what would the public get? What would we see as a city out of redeveloping the 910-acre brownfield inventory? And what I'm showing in the next few charts here is at 100% redevelopment. So that's assuming that we're able to get out there and remediate everything and redevelop everything, and the market is there to support all of that redevelopment. So the employment potential, citywide, all the brownfield inventory, redevelopment of the full inventory has a potential to gross over 31,000 jobs. 45% of that job potential is in the downtown high-density geography, and that just has to do with the general density of development in the downtown high-density geography. 27% of the job potential is in the Main Street commercial and mixed use. And 30% of the potential jobs are in the industrial geographies, but account for a higher percentage of projected payroll due to relatively high wages in those areas. So the revenue potential, what does this mean as a city government? What does it mean to the state government? Full redevelopment of the entire brownfield inventory has a potential to generate approximately $240 million per year in potential state and local income, property tax, and business tax revenues. The $240 million is the cost of cleanup for all of our brownfields. If we were able to achieve that in 1 year, we could clean everything up. That's assuming a perfect market that we could do that, and pay that back in state and local taxes, and then start generating revenue from then on for local government and state government. Annual tax revenues for the city of Portland account for approximately $42 million a year. Since tax revenues are largely driven by business and personal income tax, the implications for the typologies are pretty similar to the employment, that the more employment density you have, the more payroll tax you're generating. Brownfield incentives have the potential to reduce the projected industrial land supply shortfall significantly, and the payroll tax, state income tax revenue generation supports a rationale for shared investment in the Portland industrial lands as a regional economic asset with the state. And the payback period for public investments, we looked and said, how long would it take, accounting for only city tax revenues and then combined local and state tax revenues, to clean up all of the brownfields in each of these? So when we look just at the city, it ranges from 1 year under 1 year for the downtown high density to over 43 years for the Portland Harbor waterfront. And that reflects the Superfund issue and the Superfund costs and the uncertainty around that. When we look to the state level revenue generation, we're looking at a 1 to 4 year return across everything. And that's because most of the payroll, or most of the revenue that's generated, tax revenue that's generated, comes from payroll taxes. And so the majority of that goes back to the state. We see most of the property tax value capture. And when we get into the industrial areas where we have higher wages and more 30% job creation, the city doesn't see a lot of tax revenue generation from that. So this is another chart to kind of look to see, 50% redevelopment of our inventory, 70% redevelopment of our inventory, and 90%. And the green bar here is the total financial gap. The blue is the city of Portland tax revenue, and the state revenue is the red line. And so what's happening here at 50% is we're getting kind of the low-hanging fruit for brownfield redevelopment. We see low financial feasibility gap. The city's able to capture that through property tax. That's a lot of the downtown high-density redevelopment. Get to 70%, that financial gap gets a little higher. And then this at 90% is where we see more of the difficult industrial sites that are underwater financially come back into redevelopment right there. And so the acreages at the bottom are kind of where we would be at each one of these scenarios. So policy tools and recommendations, the last part of this was to look and see, all right, we've figured out how much it would cost, what the public benefit is, what are our options to address some of these issues. And so we've kind of categorized them into 3 bins here. Statewide tax incentives, what could we do at the state legislature to incentivize brownfield redevelopment across the state? There's a few things we could do: contaminated property tax assessment reform, remediation tax credit, job creation tax credit. There's options that we have at the city to make some of these changes, public land bank, and these are described in detail in your packets a little bit more if you're interested in seeing what these actually mean. Pooled environmental insurance, historic insurance recovery support, and model purchase and sale agreement, and then the Superfund policies. And these are bigger policies that our city attorney's office level discussions. How do we figure this stuff out with the EPA, and property owners, and liable parties? There's a few options that we have here: environmental insurance pool, federal prospective purchaser agreements, and de minimis settlements. So what is the impact of these policy tools on the brownfield inventory? Where would they get us? We were really hoping that we would find a tool that would say, that's it, we're going to solve our brownfield issue with this one tool. But this red line up here is the 50% of our inventory. Just the top 3, the remediation tax credit, the public land bank, and the pooled environmental insurance, will get us about 150 acres. And so what this means is we really need to think seriously about what a comprehensive strategy means and what our goals are for job growth, for public health, for environmental health, and what kind of brownfield strategy we need to address these issues. So this is a return on investment. This is the tax revenue generated by public dollar invested. This is the bang for the buck by policy tools, these options that we looked at. And there's two that really stick out here that have a high impact and also have a high return on investment, and that's the remediation tax credit. That's a state level legislative issue. And then also the pooled environmental insurance, which could potentially be a program that could happen at the city, it could happen at the region. We're kind of looking into see what that would look like. But this really gets to, if we had limited dollars to spend, where does it make most sense to do that? So a summary of findings: brownfields exist in nearly all employment areas and neighborhood business districts. There are 910 acres of potential brownfields throughout Portland. The primary barrier to brownfield redevelopment is financial feasibility. Industrial properties account for a combined 77% of overall feasibility gap. Redevelopment of the full brownfield inventory could generate $42 million in annual tax revenues for the city of Portland. The estimated payback period for redevelopment of the full brownfield inventory ranges from 1 to 4 years, and no single policy incentive will be sufficient to catalyze redevelopment of all the brownfields or even achieve a 50% target. So that gets us to an interesting discussion here. With our comprehensive plan update, there's been a lot of discussion in the neighborhood centers PEG and the economic development PEG and the watershed industrial health group about the role that brownfields can play in advancing multiple goals that we've identified. We have set this policy, proposed policy 3.1 in the working draft, a brownfield redevelopment policy that sets a target of an 80% redevelopment rate and to implement tools and policies to get us to that 80% redevelopment rate. And there was a lot of discussion in the economic development PEG about, should we have a rate? What should it be? And the general consensus with folks was that 90% is a lot, and we see that it costs a lot of money, but we realize that a lot of the tough industrial properties are in that 50 to 70 to 80% range. And then we also have policy 3.4, which the industrial district redevelopment policies, which guides brownfield incentives and investment towards industrial areas to address the industrial land supply issue. So next steps, city council presentation in the next couple of months, continued coordination between city bureaus. I've been working really closely with BES and PDC and DEQ and some of our other agency partners like the Portland Business Alliance to coordinate our brownfield efforts. State legislative coordination with regional partners, state legislative agenda for tax credits and loan funds, and then continue community development efforts of the Portland Brownfields program.
Questions? Michelle?
So how much cleanup you have to do is a function of what you're going to use the property for in the after condition, right?
End use drives value and what the total cleanup is. Yeah.
So what's the assumption here about what level of cleanup we're talking about?
That's a really good question. For each employment, for each typology that we looked at, we assigned different development types to that. So in the Main Street commercial, we looked at single-story commercial, we looked at mixed use, and then those remediation costs were built into those individual types. So it's not a broad thing, it really is development type specific.
Thank you.
Other questions? Gary? And then Howard?
How completely characterized is the contamination on the various sites?
How can you characterize?
How completely characterized is it in terms of what the nature of contamination is and severity?
Well, that's a good question. We were fortunate enough on our consultant team for this work to have Evans Paul from the National Brownfields Coalition helping us out. And so he's developed, these brownfield remediation and redevelopment trends across the country. And they looked to see at what the previous use was and what the end use was and what kind of contamination existed, and built that into, if we're looking in the industrial areas and we're looking at a flex-based business park development type, and the previous use was some sort of metal fabrication, what was likely contamination, and then that cost was built into the pro forma model. So we don't know for sure what kind of contamination is on site without doing a site assessment, but based on historic land use and historic use of that property, we can kind of get a sense of what's likely to be on there.
Okay, so it's basically, it's based entirely on historic use, not on actual measurement of contamination?
Yes, for this exercise, yes. We just don't have the resources to do site assessment on every site that's in this 910-acre inventory.
Okay, thanks.
Howard?
Oh, it's kind of a related question. I'm wondering how many acres of brownfield exist on Hayden Island? I mean, we talk about 900 acres in the city contaminated, and Hayden Island is 600 acres. I'm wondering how much of that is brownfield, just out of curiosity. It may not relate to your presentation.
It's something that we could,
Well, Hayden Island is not been previously developed, so it wouldn't be in the brownfield.
Okay.
category.
Okay.
The only portion of it is there is a dredged deposit management area of 100-some acres, but that's different than a brownfield as a managed area.
Just trying to align raw land.
I have a question. I don't know if it'll be a question or comment. I'd love your feedback because number one, I think there's going to be a level of confusion for the public of who bears the cost. Does the developer bear the cost, the city, the state? And we could use, 33rd and Broadway as an example. And then the first thing is who bears the cost is always in people's minds. And then number two, which I always see, and it's unfortunate, is once there's a deal that the developer, the city, the planners, everybody's on board, the community objects to the plan. And that's really interesting for 33rd and Broadway because I lived there when there was completely an objection to anything going on that location. So, I mean, I don't know if it's a comment or a question of how realistic is some of these incentive ideas to actually move this project forward, because as I'm sitting here, I think it's critically necessary, but it's always how do you get everybody on board to realize how necessary it is for us to do something to get these sites developed.
I would just say that as an overall statement, and I'll let Tyler go, is that some of the biggest issues are around large industrial areas, which is a really different issue in terms of the stakeholders, in terms of the neighborhoods being interested in caring about it, and that the number of acres that are in the neighborhoods are actually smaller.
Okay.
And so it doesn't mean they actually impact more people in terms of a public way.
Yeah.
And obviously design review, a lot of other things get in the middle of that in
Yeah.
terms of trying to make it something that the neighborhood will accept. But the larger issue in terms of acreage is in industrial lands that are not particularly in the neighborhoods.
Okay.
in terms of the cost piece,
Yeah.
that's a really interesting question. And I think that, part of the question for the public might be, we're seeing these things sit here, and is it worth public investment to do something? And, there are developer incentives like the remediation tax credit that doesn't have any fiscal implication unless it's used. And that occurs at the state, and that has all sorts of different implications. But the market, in the competitive regional real estate market that we're in, it just doesn't support remediation of these sites at those costs. And so even if you do say, developer, you're responsible for remediation on that site, and they'll say, that's great, I can't do it for 25 years, or I can't do it for 20 years.
Yeah. That's terrible. We don't want that to happen. I mean, that's my point. That
Right.
we want these sites to be developed. And it's a tough situation because we hear the budget constraints of what's going on with the Bureau. So, no, you answered my question. Thank you.
One other comment on that, just, and we can do an update on this later, is in terms of legislation at the state, there are a couple of ideas around both loan programs and grants and tax credits that are pending, that we're watching, that the city's involved with, but nothing's really broke yet, and so, not broke. Much is broke, but nothing's really happened yet in Salem in terms of some of this legislation moving. So I would think in the next 2 months that we might come back on this, even just for like a 10 or 15-minute update on some of the legislation that's going on around this.
That'd be great.
Chris? Well, that segues nicely into my question, which is sort of around the alignment of interests in politics on this. So it seems like this will take support not only in the legislature, probably at a regional level, Metro and places like MPAC. And are the just to be blunt, I think the industrial landholders, we were not exactly having a cordial relationship on the river plan. Are we more in alignment with their views on this stuff? Is there, can the players come together to push at some of these forums to make some things happen, or are we going to find ourselves with conflicted interests?
I think that we've had an opportunity to have much in common in terms of our goals and a lot of these issues. And so I do think when we do the update, it'll be more clear to be able to tell you which particular pieces of legislation the city's able to be very supportive of and more in alignment.
Thanks.
Other questions? A couple of things. So the economic analysis is looking at land values today, or did it forecast out?
Today.
Today.
It's hard to say what land values will be in
Yeah.
20 years.
And then just back to my comment on PDC, I think it'd be worth your while to look at what PDC did here. I mean, the city had a big program late 90s about brownfields. They had spent a lot of money, got a lot of grants, identifying a lot of brownfields, and looking at, it almost looks like an identical presentation about how to get products back into the market. And so just would look at that and say, hey, are we plowing the similar ground, and the success or failure that they had trying to get some of these products, because they did a lot of site assessment, but more importantly, they looked at old uses and just identified a lot of properties around that they were potential sites, and worked with DEQ. So from that standpoint.
Yeah, I'll look into that further. We did have work with PDC staff on this. They were involved in the work that we had done. And most of their comments were related to the work that they did with Harbor Ready. So I'll check in with them and see.
No, they had at the one time, City of Portland had a Brownfield czar kind of guy that literally did nothing but brownfields. And PBOT, the Housing Bureau at the time, or PDC Housing, and the City of Portland, the mayor had working on brownfields.
So part of this discussion, the reason we did this study was partly to come up with clearly identify some of the issues and come up with some recommendations, but also to ask the question, so what? So now we know what the problem, and we know it's big. We also know a bunch of ideas that could help answer the solution, but we have no clear direction either from the commission or from city council in terms of who's on first, in terms of city departments. We all have different roles to play. And so I would think over time it would be great to come back with a little bit more discussion around what legislative proposals are coming forward, but also to have a discussion here as what role do you all want to take? Maybe we could have this a little bit of at our retreat. What role do you want to take in this issue? And what do you want to push forward to council on in terms of leadership on the issue? Because it's definitely one that is, it's spread out, and there are dozens and hundreds of players, and so it really needs a force if we're gonna move forward on it.
Yeah, I would concur. My experience with this brownfield thing is you need somebody in point to gather all the other bureaus, because BES gets involved in transportation, and if it's in a TIF district, because of the traded sectors, PDC, and so figuring out who's going to lead that process, and especially around the legislative agenda, and when you start talking about tax credits and jobs and the type of businesses, whether you're talking the heavy industrial or you're talking along the corridors where you had a dry cleaners or an old service station 50 years ago, but today it's something else, and you want to redevelop that. Who's going to lead that process is important.
One quick question. So process-wise, if DEQ tells you the level of cleanup you need, or does the city put an additional level of cleanup?
No, you can enter into the DEQ voluntary cleanup program and do that, or you can do it as a private property owner on your own and do the site assessment, do the remediation.
And then you get a no further action letter from DEQ?
Through the voluntary cleanup program, you get a NFA letter, yes.
Any other questions? So the next steps would be to come back maybe 3 or 4 months and have a legislative update, 15, 20 minutes, and then we would have another process to talk about, maybe a recommendation to council.
Right, and I think, this is absolutely one thing we didn't talk much about here, is that there are definitely, there's definitely very specific work already going on at BES, for example, on lots of properties, and they've had a very active program, but those have been more of the smaller properties predominantly, and more of the commercial-based properties. So this doesn't say that nothing's going on. There's a lot going on. It's more of the big issues around industrial development that's the next step. So yeah, we'll come back and maybe we can discuss this a little bit at the retreat of how high a priority do you want this to be in terms of your work plan.
And we do have components in the comp plan that will be addressed through the policies that you identified. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have the comprehensive plan scenarios report. Tom?
Yes, thank you. Let me queue up the presentation here. Okay. So I'm back this afternoon with an update on our growth scenarios report. I think we were back here last in December, giving you a little preview. We have more information for you, but it is still very much a work in progress in terms of, and we're pulling together the technical report that supports this work. Just to remind you all, this is part of our periodic review work program with the state in terms of looking at alternative growth patterns and helping us decide what our final comprehensive plan map looks like in the future. And so what we set up here was both, it's a two purposes here in that we have a model on how to distribute growth and eventually public investments in the future of Portland, and to see how that growth and those investments perform and how they help us meet our goals. And what I want to share with you today is some of our lessons learned that can help inform the comprehensive plan process going forward as we look at the policies and eventually look at the map and the infrastructure project lists. We're getting our start, and with the alternatives that you see here today, it's not so much that we want to pick an alternative, but what can we learn from those different patterns? And what is sort of the lasting impact of this is the evaluation framework that we've begun to build out of the performance measures in the Portland plan. And so what we've tried to do is take those performance measures that we can connect to something going on the ground in terms of where households are located or where infrastructure is located, and pick those out of the Portland plan performance measures and sort of build this evaluation framework to look at how the different growth patterns impact the performance of this. I think one of the big things that we have learned is that we really are dealing with a legacy development pattern where a largely built out city. And if you think about the Portland of 2035 and the growth that's forecasted for Portland, 2/3 the households that'll be here in 2035 are really sort of already on the ground today. So we have this, and this is what showed up in the Portland plan when we looked at our initial performance across the performance measures, in that when we did our analysis of, say, complete neighborhoods, that, you know, we find areas, parts of town that are not complete, and so that we need to really sort of fill those gaps. This is our frequent transit network in terms of the coverage, quarter-mile walking access to the frequent transit network, access to jobs, access to parks. We're doing a little bit better, and it's reflected in the evaluation framework as well. But really what we're learning from this exercise is that we have two investment priorities. We have to support growth in what I call the right places, or the high-performing places, the complete neighborhoods that we have today. But in order to achieve our goals and meet our performance measures, we're going to have to create more of those right places. We're going to have to create more complete neighborhoods, more centers, expand the transit and bicycle network to meet our transportation goals and other things. So as we go forward and make decisions about where to grow and how to invest, public infrastructure investment, we need to support that growth in high-performing places, but we also have to, at the same time, invest in the underperforming areas to bring that performance up. And that's really where we address the 2/3 of the people that already are here today that will be here in 2035, and that's how we're going to achieve our goals. Just to remind everybody that, you know, we are working off of the Metro Regional Forecast. We're looking at 130,000 new households by 2035 and 147,000 new jobs. I'll just note that in terms of the employment, we have less choice about where that employment lands in Portland. You know, the central city is going to be a big job center. Our campus institutions are going to be an important component by that, but there's not a lot of choice. So they're fixed on the ground. There's not a lot of choice there. There's not a lot of choice about where our industrial areas are. So you're not going to see a lot of discussion about location of jobs in this, but it's sort of underneath. We have a little bit of, about a quarter of the jobs float with where the residential development occurs. That's typically the neighborhood commercial jobs and services that in our theory follows the new households and the new disposable income that the households bring. But for the most part, this evaluation is focused on households and where they locate and what it means for the people that live in Portland. If you recall back to the buildable land inventory and some of our discussions, is that we have a lot of capacity already in our current plans and zoning. We have about 230,000 units of capacity, so we're going to use about 60% of that in the next 25 years. So what we're trying to model through these growth scenarios is where that growth, we have a lot of choice about where that residential growth could occur and how we can influence that location. And so this is a map where the red, pink areas and the yellow areas are this is a sort of a density heat map that shows where that capacity is located based on our current plans and zoning. And all of these growth scenario models are based on utilizing that current capacity in our current plans. We haven't tried to sort of take a leap forward in terms of modeling, you know, doubling densities in Gateway or some other area. But that is something that we can, going forward, as part of the community discussion in the part 2 of the comp plan discussion, that we could model, that as ideas from the community come forward and we want to explore what that impact might be on various performance measures, then we can come back and model those ideas. Another way of looking at this capacity, and I really focus on the multifamily capacity because that represents about 85% of our growth and our zone capacity is in the multifamily units and where it's located. So this is sort of a maximum build out of it. And what you'll see in the scenarios is that the scenarios are I guess a conservative approach to where growth will occur, and it utilizes a lot of the same capacity. So in all of the scenarios, Interstate Avenue is an important component to accommodating our growth. Lentz, Town Center, and Gateway, and Hollywood, and of course the Central City are all important components of that. It's just the degree of utilization that occurs in those areas, and you know, a place like 82nd Avenue and how much of that gets built out in the various scenarios is it's more subtle differences than radical differences, is what I would say.
Don, quick question. Do you anticipate significant growth of households along the new south light rail line that extends to Milwaukee?
Not outside of the central city, and that's. I think there's some opportunities there that might be around the Holgate station or the Tacoma station. You actually see on our current capacity map, this little bump here is the north end of Westmoreland and the Herald station that isn't currently being built. It's still a future station, but that zoning's been in place now for almost 15 years in anticipation of that. So there's some adjustments there to realize that Portland-Milwaukee light rail line investment there.
So just to reiterate what Don brought up, this is a conservative approach in general. You're not doing anything out of the box here in terms of innovative or, well, I shouldn't say that.
Right. We didn't really want
the numbers.
to.
You're not pushing the envelope.
Right. We didn't want to presuppose the public conversation about what those out-of-the-box ideas might be. We wanted to establish that the framework or the foundation for that, and establish the evaluation framework, and use that as a starting point for the community discussion.
Is there a provision for that more adventurous thought in the comp plan?
I think that really, you know, part of that is the reality of our fiscal situation and our ability to really pull that off. I certainly think there's room for that in the public discussion, the community discussion about what that might look like and where those opportunities might be. But I would say that the costs involved of some of those more radical location decisions are at least beyond the realm of this analysis.
I do think, Howard, that many people might look at just the numbers we have to accommodate between now and 2035 and think it's radical and innovative and crazy. Just trying to do what we're just trying to get done in terms of the growth scenario of the number of households and jobs that we're expecting in the area.
Well, I don't quarrel with that. I just wonder where the geography of all that takes place, where the emphasis on the energy priorities, if you will. And they may be conservative priorities or more adventurous, but they still go after the same goals.
Right.
So in this analysis, we've looked at 4 alternative growth patterns. The one on the left is sort of our comparison. We call this the default growth scenario. It takes the development trends of the last 15 years and sort of runs them out for the next 25 years. So if under this scenario, if East Portland got a third of the growth over the last 15 years, they get a third of the growth over the next 25 years. And it's generally, even though a lot of that growth is occurring in centers and main streets and corridors, we tend to see a more dispersed, diffused growth pattern. And what we tried to do with the other scenarios is to focus that growth on a more intentional basis and try and get 80% of the multifamily growth to be focused in a select number of corridors or a select number of centers, or in the case of what we call the central city focus scenario, trying to focus it in the central city and in the inner neighborhoods within 3 miles of the central city, a convenient bike ride or a transit trip into the central city, and to look at how that might work. And so I think when we start to look at how under any of these scenarios 130,000 new households might be distributed, they still really line up along our corridors and in our centers, that as Howard sort of implied, we're not seeing a radical change within the residential areas of our neighborhoods. This capacity is largely focused on our main streets and corridors and in our centers, and that's where we're seeing the development distribution occur.
And this is mainly on built infrastructure today. I mean, outside of, let's say, streetcar or light rail, but in terms of the infrastructure, roads today, street grid.
Yes, I mean, you'll see in the analysis where some of the, especially out in East Portland, the lack of infrastructure hurts our performance, and it shows up in these results. But it's based on and the flip side of that is that, especially you'll see that the central city scenario is the highest performing scenario in terms of working our way, because there's a lot of infrastructure that we can, it's what we also call a high opportunity area or a high performing area that we can take advantage of, and that the level of investment needed to support that growth may be less than, say, out at 122nd Division, where you need to still build a lot of sidewalks and add more transit and provide a lot of the public amenities that are needed to go with that growth. Okay. That's not to say that there isn't schools that need to be invested in or additional park space, but it is a confluence. The central area is a confluence of a lot of the existing infrastructure. So another way to look at where the growth occurs and how much, this is a 3D extrusion of that growth. And again, as I flip through these scenarios, you can see sort of the level of activity that occurs on Interstate or Hollywood or 82nd Avenue and how that changes. And then what we do is we put that on top of the existing development, the existing households. So when our evaluation is based on that total, not just how the growth is performing, but when we wind up in 2035, all of the households, all 350,000 households 380,000 households that'll be here in 2035, how does that perform? And that's really what we want to focus on. So this is the default. This is the hubs. You see a few more. This is Powell and Foster and 52nd and Chavez, that area, as a hub location begins to pop out. You can see Hillsdale as well. And a slightly little bit, under the corridors, 82nd Avenue and Division. This is 122nd and Division right here. That comes out a little bit stronger. And I think clearly the central city focus scenario is the most radical one in which we push a lot of the growth. And the indicator of that, say compared to this one, is that out here in this scenario, you're probably seeing 35,000, 40,000 new units out in East Portland, but under this scenario, that drops to about 20,000 units. So that's where this is the biggest shift in terms of moving things around the map. And so when you overlay it on the top, this gets at it's a very similar growth pattern, and the differences are subtle and the results are subtle for now. I would also say, sort of looking back to that growth pattern, what we've done so far is model 25 years of growth, but we have not modeled 25 years of public infrastructure investment. So there's no new investment in transit, there's no new investment in bike infrastructure. That's all coming as we sort of begin to prioritize and figure out where we want to focus growth, and then we can build the infrastructure around that and begin to see how both of those work together.
Tom,
Yes.
question. Have you extended the modeling out beyond 2035?
No, we haven't.
Okay, because
We have the capacity there, at least under the current plan, there's zone capacity there to be able to do that.
Yeah, it's kind of intriguing to me that when I look at the hub and the corridor designs, I could see them turning into the same thing in the next 15, 20 years beyond that. That if you look at a 50-year time horizon, it's really a question of how you get there, not where you end up.
Yeah, and I think that's where we get back to sort of where we find ourselves, the fiscal climate that we find ourselves, and the need to sort of prioritize those investments and then build out from there. So if we pick a few centers or a few corridors to really focus on, do those well for the next 5, 10, 15 years, and then build to the next one or build out to the next corridor from there. So some lessons that we're learning from the evaluation. One of the things is that we see through the evaluation that the transportation and transit and bicycles have a ripple effect through the other evaluation measures. So, the complete neighborhoods, that is based on access to transit and sidewalk infrastructure to centers. You'll see here in a minute, access to jobs is based on transit access. So there's a multiple benefits by increasing our especially our alternative transit, our transportation system, in terms of doing things like expanding our frequent transit network to include 122nd Avenue, what we haven't done with this yet. So right now, about 47% of the existing households are within a quarter-mile walk of a frequent transit network. We get, just through the growth allocation, we get a 6 to 8% bump on that. If our goal, our proxy goal coming out of the Portland plan is that the commute mode share would be about 70%. So we want to extend that coverage to achieve that. In terms of the family-friendly bike network, we haven't yet modeled a full build-out of the bike master plan, but we can begin to look at where those opportunities are, and we can also use this model as a way to prioritize or at least evaluate which corridors might serve the most households either today or in the future, depending on what growth pattern.
I'll editorialize a little bit about that. Having done my first read through the comp plan policy draft, there's a pretty strong relationship described between centers and transit in the comp plan policy. There's almost no description of how those land use types relate to the bike network, and I think that's a challenge we have, that we have a bike master plan that just describes a strong network but does not relate it to the land use plan, and so probably we have to reach out from the land use plan to connect to the bike master plan, but I think we need to make them come together in the comp plan, and we're not there yet.
So again, with what the modeling is showing us is that we get some modest improvement in performance, but we have to look at the investment. We're not going to grow our way to performance by focusing on the growth. We got to also look at improving the existing areas through our investment choices. And that's the same is true for centers. Back to the original assessment, we don't have a lot of centers out in East Portland or in Southwest. And it shows up in the evaluation in terms of, one way to look at this is that to meet this goal of 80% of households in a complete neighborhood, we have to somehow, from today, get 190,000 new households in a complete neighborhood. But if we're only growing by 130,000 households, we still have to create, we have to take 60,000 households that are there today and get them into that, invest and create the infrastructure to get them into that complete neighborhood category. As I mentioned before, the central city plays a critical role in all this, and even under the default or the hubs or corridor scenario, it's still 20 to 25% of the growth occurs in the central city. So it's a strong element in all of these scenarios. It's up to 35% in that central city focused scenario, but it clearly continues to play an important role in how we grow and how the city performs going forward. This was an interesting one that when we started to roll this out, one of the questions we got back was about what's the relationship to where the households occur, or the households are located and access to jobs. And so Tyler actually worked with our GIS staff to come up with a measure around, and this is built on sort of the number of higher wage jobs that you can access from your house within a 60-minute transit trip. And we just picked those as sort of benchmarks, and you begin to see sort of gaps in the system. East Portland, there's an interesting little hole in the donut in North Portland. It's largely a function of transit time, travel times to the central city, but it's also sort of lack of transit access to some of the industrial jobs, to the airport, to the Columbia corridor. And so in East Portland, this tells us there's probably a couple of different strategies there. We can create more jobs physically in East Portland, and we can also improve access to transit. And to Chris's last point about the bike network, I mean, one of the things that we can also look at, and we were talking with Roger Geller with yesterday, is how the bike access can sort of connect you to the transit ends, right? You bike to max and then you get off your bike and you ride, or how the bike system can increase or extend the transit coverage to the industrial areas, which TriMet finds hard to serve.
And that's my biggest concern. When you showed the previous slide, we were talking about housing. There's a really big disconnect between people that can actually get to work from on the east side of town. A lot of them work in Jansen Beach. They work over in the industrial area,
right?
And there's no TriMet bus service, and much less transit. Are we working with any of the other entities that would have a vested interest in this plan?
Yeah, and we're working closer with TriMet and talking with them, and they were actually mentioning to us the other day about how they are, TriMet and Metro are looking at the Powell Division corridor it's on the list as a high capacity transit corridor, and they have a bus rapid transit study coming up next year. TriMet is also looking at sort of an East Portland transit enhancement study. And so we want to bring in information like this to them to really look at, well, how could we improve better north, at least not, it's a long distance to get people over to North Portland and the Rivergate industrial area, but, can we make it easier to get up into the Columbia corridor? Yeah. And so it really is you know, this whole tied to the sort of, this ties back to the household prosperity, economic self-sufficiency indicator in the Portland plan. But, you know, you really, first you need a job there to begin with. You need to be able to get to the job in an affordable way, and you got to be trained to qualify for the job. And so, you know, this measure just begins to look at one of those elements, which is how do we get to the job, and just how many jobs am I able to get to conveniently. You know, we're looking at.
Go back to that for 1 second.
Yeah.
So, you know, you said near the beginning that, you know, we don't have a lot of flexibility over where the jobs go. But it seems to me that particularly with respect to job access in East Portland, to the extent that we can help Gateway fulfill the jobs center part of its mission, that makes a lot more jobs accessible to East Portland. And how does that factor in this modeling?
Well, in this particular measure, there are, it accounts for those jobs in East Portland or in Gateway, or the potential for those jobs. I think what the challenge always is, and what we've seen in our work through the EOA is, you know, what are the wages and what are the qualifications necessary for those jobs? And the jobs in the commercial areas sort of are missing the middle, right? You have low wage, low skilled jobs, or you have high wage, high education jobs. And it really is, as Irma was saying, that in North Portland and in the industrial areas, you have the middle wage, middle skill jobs that are really what's needed to serve that East Portland population. And one of the things that we're doing through the economic development PEG and trying to look at to address some of the industrial land shortfall is, well, how could we get more of that sort of light manufacturing assembly jobs in our commercial areas, in Gateway, along 82nd Avenue, along 122nd, to sort of bring that middle skill, middle wage job to those areas in close proximity there.
Just a question.
Michelle?
Just a question. So I know Intel has a shuttle from the MAX to its sites. So do we see private employers providing that linkage at all in Portland?
You know, I don't know. I know that, for example, like there is a Swan Island Transportation Management Association. I'm not familiar with any of those sort of direct
Employer filling in.
Do you guys know? No? So, but I mean, that is a possibility. I mean, you have to, for the same reason that TriMet finds it difficult to serve, I mean, to make even those private shuttles, it can be a good sort of supplement to that, but it is a difficult program to.
Yeah, OHSU subsidizes some TriMet service along for sort of similar purpose.
So I think in our analysis and getting into looking at affordable housing, you know, as I said, we have lots of zone capacity. You know, we can build lots of units. The question is, are we building the right types of units and at the affordable price points? And so, you know, one interesting sort of shift, and this may shift with, it should shift with the household demographics of an older aging population with smaller households, is that, you know, by building 85% of our future growth as multifamily, we see a shift from what is 60% single family today become sort of 47% in the future. And it's not that we're taking away single family, it's that the pie is getting bigger and more of that is going to be multifamily housing types. And so what we've done with this analysis is we can dive deep into the sort of income categories and the types of housing that they can afford, building off of some work that Metro has done. We look at a lot of different housing types in terms of different types of single family, different types of corridor apartments and plexes, and some of the higher end, higher rise, higher density, mixed use. And what we see when we see how those units get distributed across the scenarios is that, what the pinch points really are, there's not a whole lot of difference between these three scenarios, but when you get to the central city, because we're focusing more in that central area, we're seeing fewer sort of the smaller apartment complexes being built that could be more affordable, and more high-rises being built, which are going to take a greater subsidy to be affordable. And that's sort of the pinch point that we see and the challenge going forward. The other,
Before you leave
Yeah.
housing, one, are you seeking partnerships with local organizations like Home Forward, organizations like that? And two, Senator Merkley just announced a new bill that talks about refinancing people, getting them to stable in their houses. And some of that money, I think, is going for redevelopment as well. Those are both partnerships I'm wondering whether you're seeking or whether they're part of a.
well, I think this type of analysis helps bring that information to those partners to sort of look at the trends and look in the future about, here's the growing need, and here's where, how can we, look at our policies and whether it's programs with the Housing Bureau or Home Forward, how we can focus on what we see that acute housing need in the future will be. And that's how we can see, like, gee, what are some of the programs that we could do to encourage more affordable housing types or location advantages. And that's where we've been working with the Housing Bureau and the opportunity strategy that they've been putting together to try and combine some of this analysis.
Okay, so it's sharing data that people could respond to if they had a mind.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is one of the elements that we've done is that we've worked with Dr. Lisa Bates from PSU on a study of gentrification and risk of gentrification, and identified some neighborhoods that, based on the demographics and the housing market shifts, that are at risk of gentrification or involuntary displacement, and sort of highlighted those here as, and just for this purpose, kind of looked at overall, are we loading up those areas? Are we putting an increased burden on those areas at risk? And across the scenarios, we don't see that increased burden pop out with any particular scenario. But it does help us sort of know that, we still have 20%, 23% of the households are in those at-risk areas that we're going to have to pay attention to going forward. Another trend here is capitalizing on the trends. As I said, the default development pattern was based on 15 years of growth trends. And you can see from this map, these are the sort of higher growth areas of the city based on those trends. But when we start to look at what's just been happening more recently, we are seeing that shift towards the centers and towards the inner neighborhoods. Almost, the market wants to build right now, coming out of the recession, that central city focused scenario. And that may be the opportunity or buy us some time that allows us to continue to do things like the East Portland in Motion project that allows us to invest in East Portland. It's back to that dual investment strategy. We support the growth in the central city. At the same time, we're improving conditions out in East Portland and ready for when the market shifts to that next wave, that next round of development. We have a whole set of measures around sort of the natural environment, and I think generally there's some good news here in terms of the locations that we're building in. As I said before, we have pretty good access to parks. Generally, we're about 80%. The households are 85% of the households are within a half mile of a park. The park's goal is 100%. Not a big shift with these. We looked at tree canopy and watershed health and working with BES on sort of where the sensitive, let me skip here to the watershed health one. Where are the sensitive areas, and where are areas where redevelopment and new growth can sort of help improve either tree canopy coverage or watershed health by, redeveloping buildings and parking lots and impervious surface and building new buildings that conform to our stormwater manual and have stormwater planters and swales, and so we, in general, we see this growth occurring in the right place, that about 80% of it is occurring in areas that will hopefully cause a net benefit. And we still have, and this is where it gets to, we still have 20% of the growth occurring in these more sensitive areas that begin to open a public conversation about how we could do better in organizing or locating that growth in those sensitive areas. The one thing that we do sort of slip in is the access to nature. So, locating a lot of the growth in those redevelopment areas are farther from our natural area locations. And so we need to look at greenways investment strategies and tree planting and how we can expand access to the river to sort of increase the performance of our sort of access to nature. Then to just wrap up, we're still working on a set of an analysis with PBOT on. They've done a fairly quick, high-level analysis of the transportation impacts in terms of what we see in terms of vehicle miles traveled or mode split, and we're working to convert that to a greenhouse gas emissions evaluation. We're seeing some improvement towards our goals in reducing VMT, but this is without that sort of investment package that comes with it. And so we'll bring out, as part of the report, a more fully developed analysis of this. So just to recap, some of the takeaways are, we have choices about where we grow. We have a lot of capacity under the existing plans. It's about focusing that effort. We do have this legacy landscape that we need to focus on to improve our overall performance, and that sets up these dual investment priorities. And so with that, I would take any questions that you
Comments,
have.
Chris?
So what I think I'm seeing, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that there's not a huge difference in how the scenarios perform against the goals, with the exception of the central city scenario that seems to do a little bit better than everything else. I assume just because we're concentrating so many people near where there are resources, and I think, seems to me at least, it's unlikely we would move forward with the central city scenario because it's got so many negative equity impacts on the outer parts of the city. So I guess between, hubs, corridors, and the default, there's not really much difference. So what does this tell us? And is it, I guess my suspicion is it's the public investment choices that will really drive the performance, but, where are we going here?
I think you're right. In terms of I think as we incorporate those public investment choices, we may see bigger differences. But I also think that those similarities also enable us to have a broader public conversation about urban form and about, what they want, what they aspire their neighborhood to be or their center to be in terms of an area like 82nd Avenue. Is it a center base or is it a corridor-based pattern focused on nodes? The overall performance may not make a big difference, so that leaves a lot of choice at the local level to how we grow and that form.
So how will this be presented at the comp plan workshops?
So in the workshops coming up, this is largely based. It's more of an information education, getting people familiar with these ideas and the concept of this and what the opportunities are. And then as we move to the Part 2 workshops later this spring and over the summer, then we can get into more of the what if we did this scenarios and use this as a tool to sort of provide some real data on if you grew this way or if you invested in this corridor, here's how the performance works.
Some nimbleness then would be.
I'm not sure I would use the word nimble, but we can certainly bring some real information and some real measurement to the discussion.
So as you look at the investments, it's getting down to choices of not only investments, but which neighborhoods or which centers. And one of the things that would be interesting to know, not on a dollar base, but in terms of we have 132,000 households to accommodate, which is going to get us to that accommodation faster relative to the investment we have to make in some of the areas.
Right,
that-
and
so
I
as
think
we look at
that's
those choices.
that's the tension, with what Chris brought up in terms of that tension versus the central city versus the equity of East Portland, and you may find yourself drifting towards that central city scenario because the cost per unit or it's a lower hanging fruit to accommodate more of those units because of all of the existing infrastructure. That may be the cheaper option there. That with a little bit of investment you can get a lot more growth out of it. That's something that we can explore as we get into those investment choices.
Because I think you have to look at not only the central city, but as you look at the different neighborhood centers and different parts of the city, the infrastructure gap that may be faced in different parts of the city is going to be different. And how do you connect, a bike plan and a cycle, walking plan with sidewalks and public transportation to get to the jobs and the prosperity in a household in a neighborhood, and what that investment entails relative to outside of the central city. Yeah, I agree with you. It's probably going to be low-hanging fruit, but outside of the central city, the neighborhoods and what that investment looks like out there. Because that's, for a lot of people, that's going to be, I think, as they look at the comp plan, what's going to change in their neighborhood for the people that are coming relative to the infrastructure investment.
Right. I think we've heard sort of two things there. One is a concern that if we're not focusing growth in an area, that area is not going to see the investment that it needs. And two, the flip side of that being, if an area is a focus for growth, it's not going to see the investment it needs to support that growth. And so I think we need to make a closer connection between those investment choices and where the needs are in terms of making up those disparities or gaps, and where the growth is going and being able to do that.
Yeah. Other comments?
Well, just to reflect on that, there's a tension between efficiency and equity, right?
Yeah.
If we just pick the most cost-efficient return on the investment against the indicators, we may move the indicators, but we won't do it in a way that creates opportunity for all the citizens of Portland.
Yeah.
And I think what this analysis is showing is that I don't think you can get there by being most efficient.
Right.
You're going to still have to address that equity question to achieve our goals.
And I think we just need to be clear about those choices.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Other questions? So the next steps for this?
So we will have a display at the workshop with this information, and we're working on wrapping up the report and publishing the report, and we'll get you copies in the next few weeks when we have that report ready. And then we'll probably come back to you as part of the Part 2 workshops to begin to show you what some of the sort of what if we did this scenarios might look like, investment scenarios might look like.
Thank you, Tom.
So I just have question or a little wild idea here for you all, a little challenge. So we have these workshops coming up. And I know you all have them on your calendar, but you might randomly come to it. We may want to set up an actual table that sort of was, come meet a planning commission member. Because although you think that that may not be a big deal, I think it would be a big deal to a lot of the neighborhoods to feel like they are getting direct access to you in terms of being able to talk about the issues. And so if you're open to it, I think I'll send out sort of a little, or Julie can send out sort of a little Survey Monkey and see which times you might be available. And if you are, we'll have a separate little table set up for an hour or two or something.
As long as you don't put Howard on that list. That's all I'm saying.
I'll do it. I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, I do. It is a pretty good idea.
No,
So,
no
yeah,
strings
good idea.
attached, but if you want to do it,
Yeah.
we could do that. Okay.
That'd be cool.
Great.
And with that, we'll take about a 5-minute recess, and then we'll come back with West Hayden Island, a work session.
Standing up in defeat and break.
And I didn't know, we didn't know that until we got there.
Can you spell that Kissy?
You know, we were like, I might be concerned. You're also.
Well, I haven't heard.
You have the new area.
So the port is at this point,
That's right.
so should I just wait to come up until?
Maybe that's a good idea.
I told him I wanted to do it before.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said, yeah, if nothing else.
Well, I did the bike thing today.
Nice job.
They might ask random
Well done.
Yeah, just till I get my motorcycle.
I was just thinking, maybe it would make more sense to have
I talked to him.
Okay, yeah.
I talked to him a little bit on the phone, and he said, well, what do you want to talk about? And I kind of, we were talking about, so.
All right, Kat. Look at you, hit you lately.
Kiss my boots?
No, because you're just, I always think you're so like business tricked out. This is more like having fun. Oh, looks great, looks cute, very cute. Super. There's time for me to go to the bathroom.
We're going to get started. This is a West Hayden Island work session. It's a continued work session from the 29th. And Eric, you want to get started?
Thank you, Chair Bob. For the record, my name is Eric Engstrom with the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability. I'm going to be emceeing the staff presentation with some assistance from a couple different staff. Rachel Hoy will help present the information about the health and community issues. Mindy Brooks is here to talk a little bit about the permitting sequence at the federal state level and how that may relate to the health impact assessment. And then John Gillum is here to talk about the transportation aspects of today's work session. And I will refer to them, and then they'll take over for a while, and then I'll do the MC part. We also anticipate part of the presentation will include a segment from the Port of Portland on the sustainability proposal that they have, which is a follow-up to some discussion with Chair Baugh on that. So there'll be people coming and going.
Okay.
Just to remind you all where we are, this is the third substantive work session on West Hayden Island since we started this sequence. We're going to address community health and transportation today. If you recall, last time we talked mostly about environmental issues and concerns and tribal interests. The next session on the 26th would be about the economic need and financial planning aspects of that. We are still trying to determine when that follow-up work session would be, which was the overflow from your last session, essentially. There's been a discussion of the 26th, although we have not reached a quorum yet for that, so that's why there's a question mark there. And then a tentative decision sequence would follow from that. Today's agenda, I'll go through the packet that you have. We'll identify the experts and core stakeholders that we've talked to about the topics on the agenda for today, and then we'll go through our recommendations. And I think the way we're going to do this is staff will do their presentation on all this at the beginning. We'll try and get through all that with hopefully minimal questions, just clarifications. And then we'll circle back and go through each of the discussion topics one by one and have more general discussion. And that's the time you can ask other folks, other experts or stakeholders, if you want to ask a question of them, that would be the time to do that. Okay. So the goal of today is to receive direction from you on the community health and transportation recommendations, which we will go through. In your packet, looks like this, in the same format that the last session used. We've identified the discussion topics and who we talked to, and then included a list of where there are recommendations, some recommendations. Attached to the packet are 5 attachments. There's the detailed staff responses to your questions that relate to these topics. There are a collection of technical comments from folks we talked to. Not all, but some chose to submit written comments. There is a memo from the Housing Bureau that is related to one of the questions. There are some maps related to some of your questions about truck routing. And then there were some questions asked about transportation planning rule letter, and you've seen that letter before, but we've reattached it to this just for clarity's sake. So the topics that we're going to go over and where there will be recommendations or discussion is on these. The first is around the question of the health impact assessment or what we called the Phase 2 health impact assessment to distinguish it from the health study that we already did. Mainly, we want to talk about the sequencing of permits and timing of that study. We will talk about the housing fund proposal. As you recall, the November draft included a proposal for housing improvement, investments in housing conditions in the manufactured home park on Hayden Island, and so we'll talk about that. We're going to talk about the sustainability policy and best management practices, and that's a follow-up to a discussion that the advisory committee had on how do we create some performance goals and best management practices for the operation of the port terminal, and taking that a step further. The port has come back with a revision to that with more specific metrics and goals that they would like to present as part of that conversation. On the transportation side, then we'll talk a little bit about the truck cap. We have some refinement recommendations to that piece of the proposal. And we will also give an update on the status of the Columbia River Crossing Bridge and the North Hayden Island Drive design issues. Some of your questions were about that. We don't have specific new recommendations on those two topics, but because there were questions, we anticipated some need for additional staff presentation. Another issue that's come up in stakeholders' discussion is how we're dealing with construction impacts during that the initial construction period before port operations. And so we've allotted some time and some discussion of that, which staff will get into. Before we get into the specific topics, I also wanted to remind you that from a couple work sessions ago, we gave you an overview chart of the timing of how this agreement would play out. And in particular, there's a couple lines on here that will relate to today's discussion. One is the housing fund idea, which is under the community mitigation segment of that chart. And right now, the way the agreement is worded is that fund and work around that begins soon after the intergovernmental agreement is ratified. And we're going to have some discussion today about whether that's the best timing. So I wanted to call your attention to that aspect of the chart. We will also talk a little bit about the federal state permitting timing and related to the Stage 2 health impact assessment, which are also listed on your chart. The permit is underneath the development subcategory there, and it's referred to as dock and terminal planning and permitting. So the second half of that bar essentially represents the timeline, the year sequence of when a federal permit would be on the table.
And that's tied to the health issue?
That's tied to environmental impacts, but it also relates to the health issue, which we're going to go into with the staff presentation. Before we go into that, I also wanted to just remind you that we have guests from some of the technical and stakeholder guests that are in the room today and available for your questions. The Port of Portland obviously is here. Suzy Lassen and staff will be available to present, starting with the sustainability part, but also for other questions. We have also with us Mike Connors, who's the representative of the manufactured home park development. And since our last meeting, we've also met with them an additional time, and we can talk a little bit more about that. Rachel will talk more about that when we get into it, but he's available for questions if you have any. From the community, we also have a number of residents of the community in the room, and in particular, Victor Vietz and Lucinda Karlik, who have been present in some of the stakeholder community meetings that staff has been having weekly on the island over the last month or so, and which three of you met with last week. Also in the room from the health and transportation side of things, we have Heather Wills and Casey Lyles of the Columbia River Crossing Project if there are any questions related to that project. John will go into that, but if you have any questions directly for them, they're here. We also have Elizabeth Clapp from the Multnomah County Health Department and Steve White from Oregon Public Health Institute, if there are any follow-up questions related to the health analysis work. So that's my introduction. At this point, what I'd like to do is turn it over to Rachel Hoy to talk about the health and community impact related issues. And as part of that, she will bring Mindy Brooks into the discussion to talk about how the federal permit timing relates to that.
Thank you. I'm Rachel Hoy with the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability. And the way that I think we'll proceed here, as is indicated in your packets, I'm going to go through some of the recommendations that we've identified for some of the key areas. It doesn't cover, we don't have recommendations on all of your questions that you asked. So we hope there is time, if you have questions on some of the areas, to respond to those. So the first related to the health impact assessment, or what we're calling the Phase 2 health impact assessment. One of our recommendations relates to the defining a clear trigger for when that HIA would take place, that Phase 2 HIA would take place. And we're recommending that it's going to happen sometime during the permitting process. And BPS recognizes that we need some clarity on, and we've been working on some graphics, as Eric mentioned, that Mindy's going to talk in a little more detail about. There's a couple of different ways in which the permitting process could unfold. And we want to make sure that this HIA happens at a meaningful time. And to BPS, we feel that that meaningful time would be when we know what a development is going to look like, that we have a development plan. So the reason why this can be complicating is because, for example, a federal permit could be submitted or a NEPA process could kick in when fill is being placed on the site, but we may not know what the development plan is. So we want to make sure, again, that this is triggered by an actual development plan. And the other piece of this is that, according to our concept plan, there's the potential for up to 3 facilities in this 300-acre footprint. So if an HIA takes place with a development plan, there could be subsequent development plans. So we're also recommending that we need triggers for those supplemental, or maybe they're addendums to the second phase HIA. We'd also are recommending that a baseline health study be a part of the health impact assessment. And that's come up several times. I think you've read in comments both from the community and through the health analysis that a baseline health analysis of the community would be an important thing to do. And we are recommending that that take place as part of the Stage 2 HIA. It's also been a recommendation to us from the health department, and BPS agrees and would like to recommend that an HIA practitioner is the lead author of the HIA. And the proposal would be that the port and the city would work with Multnomah County to determine a lead agency. So I'm going to turn it over to Mindy. I think we'd like to take a moment to go through with you that scenario that we're talking about of how a sequencing would happen with the permits.
Good afternoon. I'm Mindy Brooks with Planning and Sustainability. You should have a handout in front of you that says National Environmental Policy Act. I want to make sure you have it because I'm going to walk through 2 diagrams in it. On page 2 is the first diagram I'm going to walk through, so if you just want to flip to that page, it'll help. And there are more in the back for the audience. Really quickly, I want to tell you where this came from, and also say a thank you to Heidi Berg from Office of Healthy Working Rivers, who contacted some people from HDR, and we talked with them about how a NEPA process would likely play out on West Hayden Island and sort of the optimal or what they would consider a preferred approach on West Hayden Island in the future, but I want to be clear that the NEPA process is not, how the process goes through is not a city decision or a port decision. It's a decision of the lead agency. In this case would probably be the Army Corps of Engineers. So I'm going to walk through these. They're just examples. This isn't necessarily how it would happen. This first example is the programmatic type of an approach. And under this type of a scenario, you would trigger a NEPA process through wetland fill. So you'd need to get a Clean Water Act 404 permit, and that would trigger the NEPA process, and Army Corps would be the lead agency on that. In this programmatic approach, it would be a draft environmental impact statement that would be put together, and it would cover what everyone knows about the project to that time. So all the filling, that there would be a rail loop, that there could be up to 3 marine terminals, but it would still be pretty conceptual. There wouldn't be a lot of detail because there wouldn't necessarily be a tenant. There could be a tenant, but there wouldn't necessarily be a tenant. The record of decision in this case would cover generally everything that we think would take place. It would put bounds on things. And then there would be subsequent NEPA processes that fall underneath that record of decision. And those could be supplemental pieces of information. They could be environmental assessments, other processes that would take place when you knew something like what marine terminal and dock facility would be going in. You'd bring the detail forward at that time, and then you would specify under the record of decision what specific things need to take place, like mitigation actions. So that's one type of scenario how this could play out in the future. If you turn to page 4, the last page, this is a different scenario. We didn't talk about this scenario with HDR specifically, but this is another way that staff think that it could go. And again, it's based on how the Army Corps of Engineers would want to handle the process. So if the port comes in for the wetland fill and a Clean Water Act, if the Army Corps felt that they could get a finding of no significance just on the wetland fill, they could decide to do an environmental assessment at that time instead of environmental impact statement and cover only the wetland fill impacts and not cover terminals, docks, all those other type of impacts. So that could fall under one type of permit. And then when more is known, like a marine terminal, a dock impact, so dock impacts would impact waters of the United States, again, that would trigger that federal nexus, then another process would take place. And that process would flow through, and it could be an environmental impact statement. And it would flow down to the record of decision, which then could cover one or more of the future actions under that record of decision. So I wanted you to see this so that you understand that there are lots of different ways this could play out in the future, and it depends on the lead agency and how they want to handle it, and it depends on what we know at the time, and how far apart the phasing is, how far apart the wetland fill will be in time from development actions. So with that, I'm hoping that'll help you think about where that health impact assessment could fall and could be triggered, depending on which way we flow through this.
Can I ask a quick question here? In both alternative A and B, you say that the lead agency, in this case the Corps of Engineers, must, in one case, and consider in the other case, reasonable no-build alternative, the reasonability of no-build alternative. Why consider in A and must in B? What's the difference?
They have to consider the no-build in both cases.
Well, that's what I think it needs to say, that there's an alternative here, that if we really find there's troubling information, we can no-build. We can stop a process.
Yeah, they have, under both scenarios, you have to address a no-build, because that helps you set up sort of your baselines and your change in conditions. So you say, this is how things are in the no-build. These are reasonable and prudent alternatives to our preferred alternative.
Right.
But this is why we're taking the preferred alternative. And all that is based on the purpose and need statement. So if the purpose and need is a marine terminal, then everything is couched under that. So yes, under an EIS or an EA, the no build would be considered.
Must, not considered, but must.
Yeah, it's part of both of those, yeah.
Thanks.
Before we'll get back to discussion of each of these items after we finish with the staff report, but at this stage, I think the point of this presentation was we're going to talk about which of these boxes is the right time to have that supplemental health information be available. And basically the choice is if there's a programmatic federal process at the very beginning, that's one option, but the risk there is we might not know all the details and we might be in the same position we're in now. Or under some scenarios, there would be supplemental environmental assessment processes that would flow from that beginning programmatic permit, and that would be a place where we would know the details. So we have to choose or provide some scenarios for that. That was the part of this.
So Mike and Don had a question. Can you hold it till we come back to this later? Or?
Sure.
All right, keep going.
But it was really important.
So on the housing fund, you had a couple of questions, and the main recommendation that we want to point out at this time related to the housing fund is just the timing of that fund. Right now, the IGA suggests that there would be funding available for an initial disbursement for planning 9 months after the annexation, and then beyond that, the funds would be available within a year. We're recommending at this time to align the release of those funds with the second stage HIA so that we know more about the results of those HIA and the associated impacts. So that would come somewhat later in the process. And we could return after our discussion to the timeline that Eric showed up front, but that would align more with the development permit and the completion of the second stage HIA. The other thing I want to point out here, I didn't put a bullet, but Eric had mentioned that we met with Mike Connors, who represents the manufactured home park owners, and they had some comments to share with us related to the housing fund. They are supportive of a fund that holistically is useful for the park as a whole, and they certainly have some hopes that that fund could help with noise related to maybe noise barriers of some sort. And one point they did want to point out to us is that they are opposed to that type of fund being used for relocation. And you may recall that the reference to relocation was in a memo from the Housing Bureau presented to BPS. So while they are supportive of the idea of a fund for upgrades and replacements, the relocation aspect is they are opposed to. And as Eric mentioned, Mike Connors is here today. When we reach a point in the discussion, if you'd like to call Mike up, he'd be able to elaborate on that. So the next item related to the sustainability policy that we mentioned and the best management practices, I want to point out that you had at your place, with the copy of the PowerPoint presentation, right under it was a paper copy of the Port's vision for sustainable West Hayden Island. Shortly, I'm going to ask Susie and staff to come up. They have a short presentation that they would like to do on the sustainability policy. And our BPS recommendations right now would be that we're working toward a updated IGA where we would be incorporating a sustainability policy, and that policy would include performance standards and non-compliance clauses. But we also don't want to lose the work that our advisory committee did and the work that came out of the health analysis that had quite a few mitigation measures and proposals. Many of those were best management practices. So what we're proposing, what BPS is proposing, is that that best management practice document that you've seen in the past, that is a working document, and that represents the best practices at this time. And that that document would be an attachment to the sustainability policy and would be returned to at the time of development to see which of the practices are relevant. There may be some that aren't relevant because they don't apply to the certain type of terminal. But we want to make sure that that document continues to be a part of the sustainability policy moving forward. So at this time, what I'd like to do, so we can hear a little bit more about the sustainability policy, I'd like to call Susie and other staff up to share with you what they've put together.
Commissioners, good afternoon. Susie Lawson, Port of Portland Transportation Land Use Policy Manager. This presentation today is really the result of some conversations that came out of your commission discussion about West Hayden Island and asking the question about green port initiatives, basically. And we spent some time with Chair Baugh and went through some work that had been initiated as part of the West Hayden Island project about 2.5 years ago, working with the community working group. And so I want to walk through how that's evolved. And but before I do that, I want to introduce Dorothy Sperry, who's our Environmental Affairs Manager and our Sustainability Policy Spokesperson for the Port, to talk a little bit about how the Port does business as it relates to environmental issues. So I'm going to turn it over right now to Dorothy.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Okay, where's the button? You're going to push the button?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this, I'm going to start with the Port's mission and vision statement because I think it's relevant because we're going to be talking about our vision for West Hayden Island for sustainability. And as you read this, you can see that sustainability is inherent in the Port's mission and vision statement, which I think sets the context for further discussion about how the Port integrates sustainability into its business and business practices every day. So I'm going to discuss the Port's sustainability policy, and then I'm going to focus a little bit on the environmental aspect of sustainability, just to give you a flavor of how we deal with environmental issues overall at the Port of Portland. So this is the Port sustainability policy, and you do have a copy of that in your packet. You should. And really, these are the words, but I think what really matters is how we put these words into action at the Port. And so if you go and you talk to anybody at the Port of Portland, they may point to the policy. You're likely to get a different perspective on that. But if you really start to drill down and talk to them about their everyday job responsibilities and what they do, they're going to be able to point to programs, practices, projects where they've actually had to apply sustainability principles. And I'll give you a couple of examples here just to set some context. Our industrial development group, for example, is engaging in eco-parks concepts for our industrial parks. We're specifically trying to apply these at our Gresham Vista Industrial Park. One of those concepts is green infrastructure, which I know you're all familiar with, but for this particular park, we're not talking about just a few bioswales. We're talking about the entire business park, setting a goal of zero stormwater discharge with practically no pipes, green infrastructure. If we can accomplish that, and this is for the 100-year storm, so if we can actually accomplish that, we'll be the first business park to be able to have that accomplishment. So also our contracts and procurement department has adopted a sustainability procurement policy that impacts everybody from the guy who's got a procurement card all the way up to our purchase of vehicles and major contracts. We're also participating with the Oregon Environmental Council on their Healthy Purchasing initiative that promotes better transparency for hazardous materials and products. Our port engineers are working on sustainability in design and trying to adopt standards that we're going to conform to for all of our projects. They're also looking at, we're developing a sustainable construction and design standards with other West Coast ports that we've incorporated into our West Hayden Island vision for sustainability. Our HQ offices just achieved gold certification for sustainability at work from this commission. And we're working with Metro in their eco employment initiatives. So, and the list goes on and on. So when we talk about sustainability at the port, yes, we talk about the triple bottom line, but really what we're looking at is this continuum of sustainability, which is more a thought process and more of a mindset. And what we're trying to do is develop a culture within the port that we just apply this in our everyday work. Not everything ends up in that sweet spot in the middle. But our goal, again, is to develop the culture, and it's more about the thought process and how we can add value to our projects and our programs and our everyday work to encourage that thought process. In fact, in the Port Strategic Plan, we have something called an area of focus that is looking at how to strengthen the port's culture as a strategic asset. And one of the initiatives under that is developing port culture around sustainability. We have put together an internal sustainability integration team at the port. They're developing a roadmap for the port on sustainability. It involves things like training and awareness, how we're going to involve the community and our stakeholders, and setting benchmarks and performance measures. Okay, now I get to focus a little bit on how the port integrates the environmental leg of that stool, or part of that continuum. So back in 2000, the port adopted the Commission environmental policy. You also have a copy of that in your packet. And along with that, we adopted an environmental management system. And our goal for that system has been to be conformant with ISO 14001. So if you don't know too much about environmental management systems, it is a plan, do, check, act system. And what it requires you to do is look at all of your activities and all of the aspects of those activities that have an environmental impact, and to put controls and processes around all those impacts. And you have to follow the ISO 14001 standard in doing that. So, and the thing about an EMS is it's not just a commitment from our top management, but it puts most of the burden, not just on an environmental staff, but on the entire organization. So one of those things that we do in the planning stage is we set environmental objectives and targets. So these are our goals. We set annual targets to meet those goals. And I think you have a copy of, I think there's last year's targets and then a report out on how we did. So we report out to our commission and the public every year on how we did on those goals. So the port is not, it also requires the checking part, which is checking and corrective action. So what we do is, and again, it's not just about your commitments or your environmental regulations. It's also anything that you commit to. And that includes intergovernmental agreements or anything where we have made environmental commitments. So in the checking and corrective action, we audit all of our facilities on a rotating basis. So every year we do compliance audits. But we also, and we use a third party to do that. And then we have this checking and corrective action process that will put us through a process to make sure we correct any nonconformities. We're also doing checking on our systems conformance. So that is our conformance with ISO 14001. Last year, we did have a third-party mock audit to give us the assurance that we are indeed in conformance with ISO 14001, and we did very well in that audit, and we're assured if we did go for certification that we would not have any major nonconformities. So that was good news. So we are self-declaring conformance, but we do hope to eventually get our certification. So, and the one unique thing about the port is if you look at other ports or other organizations, you will note that they are usually certified or conformant for only part of their organization and not the entire organization. But the Port of Portland, being that we are conformant, we're the only port that's conformant throughout the entire organization and all of our operations. Okay. So we are going to talk about the West Hayden Island vision, triple bottom line. You have, I believe you got a copy of that vision. We used a lot of the concepts from our Airport Futures program for our master planning of the airport, so some of them will look familiar to some people. Those performance measures that are in there were subject to a lot of discussion during that process. And I will say they are consistent with our port-wide vision for sustainability. So I'm going to let Susie talk more about the vision.
I'm not going to go through the vision document in detail, but I do want to just highlight this for you. This, again, came from Airport Futures. And what I'm going to walk through, it's basically sets a framework for the conversation that we're going to have here just in the next few minutes. Briefly describing the guiding principles, which is really what's kind of important to all of us in terms of accomplishing development on West Hayden Island. And then the strategic goals, or as Commissioner Baugh represented them, they're really the outcomes, the performance measures, if you will, that this commission can then look back to the port and say, are we really accomplishing what we said we were going to set out to accomplish? So very quickly, this is the framework, if you will. And the strategies, initiatives, and projects, and the, of course, adaptive management are things that would evolve over time. And so let me get into that here in a minute. The guiding principles are reflected here, and they really are consistent with the guiding principles that were identified in the Airport Futures process that was adopted by this Planning and Sustainability Commission, Portland City Council, and the Port Commission. And it really speaks to what's important to us, what we care about. And so this is going to guide our development on West Hayden Island, should it be annexed and developed in the future. This begins to lay out the strategic goals. They are outcomes that we're hoping to accomplish, and some are qualitative and some are quantitative. They're organized in the three legs of the sustainability stool, if you will: the economic, the environment, and the social, or in this case, the community. I want to highlight that there are some critical elements to these goals that I think warrant some review and your attention and questioning. But I think they reflect what we understand to be some of the concerns that have been raised both by the community, by our stakeholders in the environmental community, and the Planning and Sustainability Commission. I'm not going to walk through every single one of these. I think you can read them, but I just want to highlight them for you briefly. This represents the next group under economic, which is to ensure that we do provide a diverse job mix, but also that there's a positive net return on the investment that we provide for a market viable development, and that we make our investment decisions based on life cycle costs. Under the environment, I think the most fundamental for us, the outcome that we're looking for, is that we're actually enhancing the natural resources in the city of Portland. And we're doing that by bringing in property that doesn't exist there today and setting it aside, 500 acres of it, as open space with improved habitat. We would also be mitigating for development impacts and then ultimately contributing to an overall net ecological function on West Hayden Island. But in addition to that, we're talking about achieving net zero landfill waste, addressing our greenhouse gas emissions below the 1990 levels, incorporating West Hayden Island's development into our EMS process, and then continuous improvement with water quality, and then the actual development itself following the joint West Coast Sustainable Design and Construction Guidelines, the BMPs that we've incorporated here, as well as mitigation of significant impacts per NEPA. For the community, our commitment is to appoint an advisory committee with the continuous improvement of public involvement and transparency in achieving these sustainability achievements. So basically, the role of this community advisory committee would be to track progress on accomplishing our strategic goals as we've laid them out, but also to use best industry practices during design, to eliminate and minimize toxic substances, to obtain 100% operating power from renewable sources, to give preference to firms that implement the EMS under ISO 14001, participate in Dark Sky Initiative, and then provide first source agreements for local hiring, as well as high-quality recreation opportunities. So the BMPs that Rachel referenced are attached right now to the IGA as a working document. About 75% of those, those address about 75% of the actions that were identified in the health report. So we believe that it's important to continue to incorporate those into the IGA as a working document, but to refine them over time as the science improves and as our evaluation of progress continues. They came from work associated with our environmental work with AAPA, the international scan of best practices worldwide that we completed in 2010 and are updating this year in 2013, as well as our work with the Joint West Coast Port Technical Sustainable Development Committee. But this probably sounds like a lot of abstract information right now, so I wanted to make it a little more down to earth, and I just want to give you some examples of actual projects that we've implemented that reflect some of those best management practices, for example. One is shore power for harbor vessels at Marine Terminal 6, and this is basically a partnership with Shaver and the Port of Portland to provide shore power so that the engines can be turned off of these tugs while they are moored there for a period of time, really eliminating or reducing emissions from that activity. Our optical character recognition system is something that we instituted at Terminal 6, and this allows the truck traffic to continue to move through the various permitting systems on Terminal 6, eliminating the amount of idling and stopping and starting that creates additional emissions in the area. Our anti-idling diesel strategy for the traction slugs at Terminal 5, and if you haven't seen those, you've missed it, because you definitely want to see those traction slugs. They are, the impact is that there's a 30% reduction in emissions as a result of using those primarily. And then, of course, the porous pavement that we've implemented at Terminal 6. And the porous pavement allows for runoff to go into the pavement and be filtered before it goes into the groundwater. And this has been quite successful in terms of improving water quality and also cooling water temperature before it gets to the next level. The point on all of this is that the port is really committed to best management practices, to improving our facilities, and with the whole notion of sustainability as sort of the driving agenda. So with that, I'll end, and thank you very much for your attention and time, and Commissioner Bob, appreciate your direction to us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're going to keep going then, and then come back?
Yeah, well, there'll be an opportunity to talk about what their presentation was in a few minutes.
Okay.
We're going to first go over the transportation aspects of the staff presentation, and with me here to do that is John Gillum. And let me just switch PowerPoints again.
Good afternoon. The Planning Commission identified a handful of questions that were of particular interest, and so I'll be touching on those, but there are complete and more detailed responses for answers to transportation questions and other questions I encourage the Commission to review also. But one of the key questions was in regards to a truck cap, and this would be as part of both the IGA and the zoning code, that there would be a cap on the maximum number of heavy trucks per day. And we've arrived at 205 as the appropriate number. And that cap was actually derived from port analysis and reports. And we should also note that heavy truck has a definition in the code as well. So we're using the city code definition of heavy truck, which is 3 axles or more. And some of the other questions that came up about the truck cap is, should this be a hard and fast cap where even one day over that cap would be a violation? And there's been some conversation about that. We're recommending that actually the daily cap be applied to an average over a month period. And there may be some refinement to that, for instance, to exclude like the low days, but the most traffic analysis is based on, from an automobile standpoint, like an average daily traffic. And so this would be the same for trucks, but we feel like a 1 month period is about the appropriate measurement to derive that average. Also, there were recommendations that the truck data should be independently verifiable, and we believe that is something we need to work into our recommendations in some manner. The port would be monitoring truck trips coming in and out of the facility, and there would be records for that. And the city, through PBOT, has worked with the port on a number of data collection projects, so we have high confidence that those would be reliable, but there's an interest in having these be independently verifiable also. And then also the truck cap would be subject to a code compliance process, so that if this would be administered by Bureau of Development Services, and it would be initially complaint driven, but the first step would be to work with the port to reduce the trips to fit within the cap, and then after that there could be possible fines, and then lastly there could be a legislative process that would actually review the cap and consider code amendments for changing the cap based on information that's learned over the period of the operation, but that would also require a Planning Sustainability Commission action and public hearing. Next. The Planning Sustainability Commission also had questions about the Columbia River Crossing, or CRC. Some of the key points is that the CRC has a federal record of decision, so that's a significant milestone for this project, and it is also part of the Regional Transportation Plan. And so that's also significant because that means that analysis that we've done as part of West Hayden Island, for instance, with transportation planning rule compliance analysis or traffic impact analysis, then we need to be consistent with the Regional Transportation Plan, or RTP, which we are, and the CRC is included in that. The funding is currently being considered in legislative session, so that's also the next key milestone, is to align the funding for the project. There's a fairly high likelihood of federal funding, but state participation is also part of the overall funding package. And so that's kind of a key activity occurring right now. And then
Also, there's recognition that West Hayden Island Drive for trucks and traffic accessing the freeway will primarily use North Hayden Island Drive for that access. And so we've reviewed the CRC layouts and plans to see how the West Hayden Island Drive and North Hayden Island Drive improvements would fit together. And what we found is that will work. And most of the West Hayden Island traffic will use the I-5 ramps, but some will use the new local arterial bridge. So this is what's called what we identify here as a full build design. And just briefly, the way that this works is that there are ramps to and from I-5 that tie into North Hayden Island Drive on the north and Jansen Drive on the south. And so that's where your freeway terminals are here. There's also then this local bridge, which connects the Hayden Island to the mainland. And then another key feature is Tomahawk Island Drive, and then an improved roadway network that around the freeway. So that's the full build LPA design. Then there is a stage 1 improvement, which is called Initial Construction Package, or ICP. And this would be in place for some time, and we're not sure if it would be still in place by the time West Hayden Island is developed, but we think it's likely so. And under this, it's similar to the access works today, is that to and from the north comes down to about Tomahawk at this location and southbound in this location. And then from the south and to the north, it's similar to the way it is today with ramp configurations like this. And then there's still the local bridge providing access as a mainline connector. So we wanted to look at both the full build design and the initial construction package when we were looking at truck circulation in particular. So with the routing of trucks under the LPA design, again, it's mostly North Hayden Island Drive, and then getting on and off the ramps at this location, and most of the northbound traffic would come around the freeway and kind of circulate around the freeway like this. And so that's a pretty clean operation, not too much dispersal of traffic, although there would be some traffic that would migrate through the mall attempting to get to the local bridge, the mainline connector bridge. So, but that's expected to be a relatively minor movement. Then under the initial construction package, this mostly stays within the existing intersection area. We have a little higher volume here getting to the ramps. But as far as access to the local bridge, it's fairly direct down from North Hayden Island Drive, and so there's much less kind of migration of truck traffic and vehicle traffic kind of in the mall area. But again, in any event, that's fairly minor. There's also questions about the share of traffic from West Hayden Island on North Hayden Island Drive, and this information was derived from port studies, although we looked at it also to verify it, and we found it to be reliable. Our percentages are slightly different, but I think that these are in a ballpark. And so location A, which is out here at approximately North Fur Avenue, the West Hayden Island traffic would be about 22% of the total. And then as traffic moves toward the interchange, then you begin to pick up a lot of traffic volumes from the mall, especially so that the amount of the traffic percentage from West Hayden Island decreases. So under this location B here, you see the West Hayden Island is about 18%. The industrial drops because you're also picking up some of this other contributing volumes from south and north here and here. And then as you approach the ramps, then the percentage of the West Hayden Island traffic drops even more, and more of the mall traffic picks up. So we wanted to provide those figures.
A couple of clarifying questions.
Sure.
This represents all vehicles, not just trucks?
Yes.
And this is for what year? Oh,
This would be 2035. And this would be assuming the full build interchange. Other questions were in regards to North Hayden Island Drive improvements. And as part of the whole West Hayden Island plan process, we are recommending that transportation system plan amendments be made to support North Hayden Island Drive and its role as a primary access route to West Hayden Island, and also that the improvements for North Hayden Island Drive would be added to the TSP project list as well. A concept design has been developed by PBOT, and we have illustrations that we can look at if you'd like that show cross sections and plan views. But the purpose of these illustrations or this concept design was to make sure that we could develop a project that on North Hayden Island Drive that met all the multimodal needs of it and also give us some idea about costs. The street must be reconstructed to support truck traffic. There will be additional truck traffic, of course, at West Hayden Island, but there's a lot of industrial land uses back in there anyway, so that's a major function of the street reconstruction. And then also, it's an opportunity to create a much better pedestrian and bicycle facilities along the street. They're not so good now. And one of the concept ideas is that there would be a multi-use path on the north side, which was first introduced as part of the Hayden Island plan. And that would provide maximum separation of pedestrians and bicyclists from traffic and trucks. Also, the PBOT concept design actually narrows the roadway in the range of 9 or 10 feet, depending on location. So that makes for a little bit narrower roadway, which contributes a little bit to traffic calming of North Hayden Island Drive and reducing pedestrian crossing distances. The cost estimate is $9.7 million on PBOT's plan, and we're recommending that a $12 million figure be put in the TSP to cover for additional contingencies, or there's also been discussion of the option of looking at a sound wall, for example. So the TSP project cost that we're going to recommend is $12 million.
So the 12 million would include the sound wall, just to clarify.
Well, we haven't done any detailed cost estimates, and the sound wall would be additional right-of-way, which are not included in the base project. But we feel that $12 million is sort of an appropriate additional amount to cover the potential for a sound wall, right-of-way, potentially additional crossing improvements at the Pavilion intersection, which is a primary crossing location for pedestrians. We don't believe there's going to be a gap in between where North Hayden Island Drive ends and where the CRC project picks up, but there may be some gap there, so it's intended to address all those.
Okay.
So at this point, I'm going to turn it back over to Rachel to talk a little bit about what we've done with construction impact concerns. I would note in your packet, I believe, we didn't show these slides, but at the end of your packet, there's also an illustration of a conceptual crosswalk improvement project at the Pavilion intersection, which was in part to respond to that question.
I have a question about the cost. And this gets to an earlier concern I had about, when you talk about going after grants or sources of money. I'm just curious how that $12 million fits into the overall list of priorities for the city. Are we robbing one area of the city to accomplish this transportation plan? Just curious.
It's part of well, it could happen in a couple different ways, one of which is through work we do with freight improvements in the city. There's a certain amount of budget that's for that. But another option is through money that relates to economic development statewide. There's a growing interest in developing a more stable and consistent approach to bringing industrial opportunity sites to be closer to shovel ready. And so there may be infrastructure funds related to that this is something the legislature would have to do to create the program in the future. But there's an approach there that could be followed as well.
I also wanted to mention that currently the West Hayden Island Bridge is in the Regional Transportation Plan at a much higher cost, and the Regional Transportation Plan, financially constrained plan, looks at what the financial capacity of the region is to address those projects. So a North Hayden Island Drive, which costs a lot less, would definitely fit within that.
We're taking a $100 million project off the list and putting 12 on, as other people would see as a good deal.
Okay. And could I just ask, where was the intersection diagram in the packet? I don't think I caught it.
Last page.
Of which document?
Of your PowerPoint.
Oh, the PowerPoint. Okay, thank you.
This is just one idea about how pedestrian improvement could be made at that intersection right now. If you see over to the east, oops. There's a crosswalk in this location currently. This is really kind of the key intersection here, both for vehicular access to the mall, but also pedestrian access across the street. And so we could envision like an improved crossing on the west leg of this intersection, which is sort of convenient because there's left turns going this direction. There's minor left turns going into this mini mall, but they also have street access around to here. And so you could put in a pedestrian island here, which would shorten the pedestrian crossing distance. And then also stop sign control here is, at least as an initial idea, would be a reasonable pedestrian design.
So you don't envision signalization?
Well, once we do project development and we have more detailed information and we'll do more detailed study, then that could be considered, but.
You have enough contingency to support that?
Pardon me?
You have enough contingency in that $12 million number to support that?
I think we do.
So I just wanted to take a moment and, as you may recall, one of the commission's questions was related to construction impacts on the local community and how are we assessing that? How could we mitigate for that? So the BPS did a little bit of research that we provided to you in the form of a memo. And again, this is a very high level, but we're going to be providing this to the local community group that we're meeting with as well. But it's just to share with you a few things about what we know now if annexation and a development were to occur. And then we know that there are existing codes and regulations that will apply at the time of a development permit being submitted. And then there are currently is the formation of an advisory committee and a good neighbor agreement that's referenced in the IGA, which we feel is another tool to get at some of those construction impacts. So I would say that what we know now, we know that if there were to be a development, there would be site preparation activities that would need to take place. One being the fill, and there's been some questions about how the fill would get to the site. And in our discussions with the port, most of the fill would get to the site by barge as opposed to by truck. It's just economically more feasible to do it that way. We also know that there'd be clearing and excavation within that 300-acre footprint. We there would be rail improvements, and those would be improvements to connect the main line of the railroad to get to and construct the interior loop tracks on West Hayden Island. And we know that there would be, as we've just talked about, upgrades to North Hayden Island Drive. So part of those would be, if you all recall from the tour that you took, Hayden Island Drive actually doesn't go all the way to the site. So that would need to continue to the site, and associated utilities would be required, water, sewer. And then there's the upgrade of the street from West Hayden Island to the I-5, which would include a new road bed and the associated sidewalk and multi-use paths that we were just discussing. So those are some of the things that we know. Now, what we don't know right now is the type of development, the terminal type. There would most likely be construction impacts, regardless of the terminal type. There'll be some that are the same. And I think that what we've provided you here in a memo details some of the existing titles and regulations that would certainly begin to apply, and many of those have associated best management practices that are recommended. Now, best management practices are menus of practices, and the contractor would be required to review and, in putting their plans together, choose a series of practices moving forward. So I think one way, as the IGA currently states, BPS is recommending with a future advisory committee who would be taking a close look at design, construction, and future operations, having the opportunity to put together a good neighbor agreement with the port and a future contractor. That good neighbor agreement could go above and beyond some of those existing practices. And I think there's some good examples out there. We didn't provide you with any here, but I am still researching examples of good neighbor agreements that could go above and beyond some of the practices that we see on current projects.
And Rachel, I'm sorry, would that advisory committee have the power to say do not build, do not go forward?
What I'm referencing here is that advisory committee would be working with the port to develop a good neighbor agreement that would be focused on, once this is if it's annexed and it's based on a project. So
the deal is done at that point.
How to best do it.
Yeah.
So I think that concludes the staff presentation portion, and so we wanted to move into more active discussion and Q&A. And I've put back on the screen the outline of the topics we just covered. So the suggestion was you go through those and call folks back up as you would like, and staff will continue to be available as well.
Okay, so as we did before, if you have questions, there's experts in the audience from the community, from the health organizations, and we can call them up to have them testify also, or not testify, but give their opinions also. So why don't we just start with general questions on the community health and transportation recommendations, and then we'll get the experts up and
Are we going to go in this sequence? or
we'll
we
just
gonna
go
jump all
down
over
the
place?
sequence, the HIA Phase 2 sequencing. Chris?
So I have a couple of questions relative to the NEPA process vis-a-vis the HIA. First question about NEPA is, of course, you start with a purpose and need statement. And I've learned very painfully over the years that if you get the purpose and need wrong, the rest of the process will send you off in contorted directions. And as a sidebar, I would argue the CRC is probably where it is today because the purpose and need has the wrong scope. Could we, via the IGA, require that the purpose and need include a statement about the preservation of the 500 acres, not just about the terminal development? Would that be a reasonable thing to do?
I think you would probably want to ask the port that question. I know from the city's perspective, there probably isn't an objection to that purpose and need, but
Okay, so when we have the port folks up, I will re-ask that question. So, the various approaches to sequencing the NEPA processes seem to me to confirm the community's concern that we don't know how this will play out, right? And therefore, it's difficult to know how to trigger the HIA. And I guess my question is, should we, just as the NEPA process will likely have multiple phases, should the HIA have multiple phases so that we have, the main, get the baseline, do the main work up front, but then, as the first, second, and third terminal facilities become identified, should there be health impact analysis of those subsequent more defined proposals?
At the staff level, I think, with stakeholder conversations, we've thought of essentially 3 possible blueprints for that. One would be to do what you just said, which is you have a preliminary and then you define some threshold for addendums as the specifics come into play. A possible alternative to that would be to do one at the beginning with that, if you go back to this chart, if there is a programmatic environmental impact statement, you could do the health analysis then with certain parameters and assumptions, and then if you define some trigger, like if the performance goals, for example, aren't reached, then it gets triggered, or you could link it back to the environmental sustainability performance goals and say, as long as you are still within those parameters, you're still good and you don't have to do a supplemental. That was another idea, is sort of do one with a performance bracket that you create. And then the third probably is to essentially define our own deadline for the HIA, assume that there's some unknowns with the federal permitting process, and just hang our hat on when the design exists for a specific terminal, and have that in the IGA. And that's just an agreement between the city and the port, which would vary in how it plays out against the federal permit.
Okay. I guess I'd be interested if any of the community folks who are here as our experts want to comment on that. I'd be interested in their reaction.
Well, just going back to a conversation we had at the last work session, I think, in my opinion, the uncertainty of that process is exactly why we said we wanted the city to retain authority over wetlands. It's that the very uncertainty of the NEPA process and with the feds and states. So I'm just going back to the fact that I think we made a correct decision to maintain that oversight on the part of the city.
To be clear, though, in
Health impact aside.
Yeah, we don't actually have separate regulatory authority over the health things in the same way, so this.
Fine.
Catherine?
So I have a question on kind of the baselining part of it, and part of it is what the HIA is analyzing, and it goes back to, do you baseline as part of that noise conditions today and air quality today? And, how long does that baseline take or need to be established before you kind of take the next step in the reporting?
So if I understand what you're saying is, so we have some, for example, baseline noise information now, and are you asking at what point you revisit that and update that baseline information?
Well, where I'm going with the question, I guess I'm somewhat leading towards where my thought process is if you're seeing that the noise today is at X level, and then the port goes in, and noise today is still at X level, not at Y level, you can't kind of put money towards, or it doesn't make sense to me to put money towards improvements if there hasn't been a change. And we're all assuming there'll be a change, or if you assume the improvements are going to be based on it changes to Y, but it really changes to Z, then does that, for example, the $3.6 million that's being set aside for improvements make sense, or do you need a mechanism for kind of analyzing what really makes sense? Is it a sound wall? Is it upgrading X number of homes? Is it windows? Is it this? And so to do that, you have to have a baseline.
This is sort of why we, on the separate item, why we recommended moving the expenditure of the health and the housing funding to the point after that study so that we could benefit from that knowledge.
So I guess that's what I'm getting at. Do you baseline as part of the HIA, or is it a totally different thing?
I think that, well, we have some of our health experts here. It may be interesting to hear how that's done in other studies. I don't want to put it in either of them on the spot, but I think from our perspective, I would say that we have an existing baseline, and then that needs to be revisited, and there's actually a couple places that it would be revisited. The HIA would probably build on information that's collected through the EIS process, which often contains the need to collect some health information. It just doesn't do a full HIA. So the two will work together and build upon, I believe, updated information. But I don't know if either of our health experts would have an interest or have another additional response to that.
Do either of the health experts want to come up or comment?
That's okay. It's just in general, the more information that we would have about the level of noise that we would expect, the better we can hopefully estimate what the health impacts would be.
Okay. So, go ahead. Well, Don, you go first, then Howard.
I'm going to make a quick comment on the noise example. We know there's going to be a basic sequence. They're going to fill the site from the river. Then they're going to come in and they're going to do the rail work. And then they're going to do the road work, probably when the island's occupied with a user is when we'd need the road upgrade. Basic logic. So I think relevant to the sound issue, you would seek to put sound buffering, as an example, along the rail line, when they were doing that work, and possibly along the road frontage, the north edge, along the mobile home community when they were doing that work.
I guess what I'm questioning though there is, for instance, if there's already so much sound in the area, and we know it's a kind of, there's a lot going on there, and the incremental difference is so minor, is that really the place to put the mitigation money?
Yeah, how to measure.
You know what I mean? So you got to start somewhere with understanding where you're at to figure out if the sound wall makes sense, let alone the timing of the sound wall.
And we have noise data.
So
Correct.
we have noise data today.
Correct. So that's the noise, if we use that example, we have a baseline now. We do know that there is some noise currently along Hayden Island Drive. And with the potential for increased trucks and vehicles, would that noise increase? I think that would be a good place to look at the need for a buffering.
So let me dive a little bit deeper. Excuse me, but do you have noise data taken from inside the mobile homes?
We do.
Okay.
They did do interior noise at 2 locations.
And then also interior air quality for?
No, we did not do any air quality monitoring. We used the analysis from the health report is based on DEQ's modeling for 2017. But exactly, it's not indoor.
What we do know, though, is we know that the age of the manufactured homes on Hayden Island is an issue, and we know from other studies that older mobile homes or manufactured homes have indoor air quality issues. And so there's an inference we're making there from data, but it's not direct measurement.
Right, and I guess that's exactly what I'm going back to is if they're already at such compromised levels, and therefore the increase is I guess, incremental, and how incremental is that discussion about the change in indoor air quality is what's being proposed as mitigation makes sense.
So you're talking about a process after you have the information to make a decision.
To make the right decision about improvements or how you mitigate for what maybe is happening or is assumed to happen versus what really happens.
Okay. So on this, Chris, you wanted to hear from the community on this issue?
I think particularly the sequencing of the HIAs, yes, that would be great.
Yeah, and I have
yeah, Howard, I forgot about you, I'm sorry.
It's okay. The health risks here are troubling because they're uncertain. There's no real valid where we are now, where we're going. And so at the very least, I think we ought to have a health impact assessment going in to have a benchmark. But what I'm concerned about is if in subsequent health impact assessments,
it's indicated that there really are some troubling medical or health risks. Is there a no-go clause in this? Can we stop it?
That was the purpose of the health report that we already did, was to identify the general scale and categories of risks. Once you've annexed and once you've zoned, we would be doing that stage 2 health impact assessment in conjunction with the federal permitting process. So there is a possibility that the information from that report would find its way into that federal permitting process, and that permitting process can lead to a no-go scenario. But from a city perspective, the go or no-go decision is being made with annexation, not at that later stage. The purpose of that later stage is to refine our mitigation actions more specifically.
So our recommendation is going to be based on some unknown data.
Our recommendation at this point is based on that first health analysis, which has good information about the types of likely impacts and the scale of those likely impacts, but it's not measured results data.
Right. Right. Oh.
Victor, would you like to come up and comment on the timing?
Being the expert that I am on projects of this type, of course, I'll make something up.
We consider you an expert on all things.
Thanks, Tom. Yep. Can you repeat the question, please?
Well, I'm going to let Chris frame it for you.
Sure. Well, I think, what we've seen here is that the path for the NEPA processes, plural, is unknown. We don't know exactly what shape that would take, and the question is, how do we shape a health assessment process around that? I know that's an area you've had concerns about. So given what you've heard today about the possible scenarios for the NEPA process, what are your thoughts?
Yes. As you know, we've been concerned about. Yeah. Yeah.
Trying to ask you to point to where it ought to happen.
I'm looking for my diagram as we speak. Thank you. Yes, I found my diagram. No, I've got it. As you know, we've been concerned about exactly what the permitting process is, and then how the HIA fits with that. And the permitting process really is dependent upon the development process. What is the applicant going to do? How are they going to do that? And as yet, we have not seen that. We've not seen that because there are too many unknowns for them to identify right now, because they don't know who their tenants are. But we do know that there will be at least 3 types of tenants ultimately on that facility, and that the tenants will do their own permitting for their facilities, which further complicates this whole undertaking. So, to me, the logical way to go about it is the programmatic. And if you read the programmatic, it says the EIS must include impacts of the full build-out. Okay? Now, I've never known an agency to be able to approve a part of a project and get away with it without being sued, because NEPA guidelines require that if an agency is providing an enabling permit and certainly filling the wetlands on the site is really only for the purpose of being able to build this project. It's an enabling action. And for the Corps to be able to say, well, we're only just going to treat this like a regular wetlands fill project, I think they would be in court for a long time. So regardless of how you go, you've got to look at the whole package. That's the trouble that we've got. And we don't yet have a way to get the whole package assembled before we can look at it. So if we do the programmatic, I mean, it's one possibility. We could look at the programmatic, make the best guess that we can about the 3 types of terminals, and then it's nicely set up that each terminal owner comes back and gets his NEPA compliance work done. The trestles, the piers, are going to be built by the tenants. That's work in navigable waters. That's federal permits there. It's work in shallow water habitat. That's federal agency, resource agency concerns. This would be a reasonable setup, but,
So where would you want the health impact analysis?
well,
to
that's
occur
just
in
what I was
the
gonna say, but we don't know anything more about the health impacts when we do the programmatic EIS than we know now. So that, we won't, because we don't know the terminals. So we'll know the terminal impacts with each of the terminal developments, and that's where the terminal-specific HIA has got to come.
Howard,
We-
you had a
if-
question.
Well,
If you want to control the impacts of this project, and not take any risk, Howard, you're on exactly the right track. This is the no-go decision that you have, and you don't have one in the future.
So if I could just follow up on that. So would you not have the first HIA until the first terminal proposal? They could fill it, they could put in the rail loop, we wouldn't do an HIA at that point, we'd wait till there was a terminal proposal?
If it's just gonna look like the HA that we have, what's it doing for us?
Well, first thing you'll get is the baseline health assessment that we don't have today, right?
It would be nice to have that, yes.
Well, that's what I
But-
argued for,
but
but
we're
Eric
not
says
gonna-
you've got it.
We're not gonna make any decision about that.
Am I wrong here? We don't have a baseline? I thought you said we did.
We don't.
Well, I thought you asked me is what the purpose of the existing, the baseline is, there is, what he's talking about is you want to go back and find information about the health of the people who are on the island at that time. Because one of the reasons we didn't do that now is there's another 10 years potentially before that begins, and we want to actually survey the right people who are on the island at the time of development. And if we do that 10 years early, it's going to be a different group of people potentially, so.
Well, I don't know. Why wouldn't it give you a base right now to know, here's where we are now, so that when it comes up, you have something to base it on? But that's your decision. I'm more concerned, if I may, with a question for the port. Under 10 environment, they say that marine tenants will achieve carbon neutrality on their own. Shouldn't they be required to achieve carbon neutrality, or is that just assumed?
Well, we can ask the port that question. So, are you good, Chris?
Well, I just want to confirm that Victor sounded like he was okay if we don't do the first HIA until we have a terminal proposal. Is that?
Yeah, I'd rather that you did the baseline study now.
Yeah.
And make a decision now. Make the go, no-go decision.
Oh.
Based on the best available information that you have.
I think we crossed that river already.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
Gary?
Victor, when you talk about doing a baseline study now, what kind of enhancement of information would you see coming out of that?
Gary, I'm going to have to rely on you for the answer to that because I'm a civil engineer and I'm retired at that. So you got to cut me a little slack here.
I will cut you a lot of slack.
Thanks.
Now that you've retired, you're a broader thinker.
But I happen to know that civil engineers are very smart people.
We can be, yeah. We have our moments in time, though. Yeah, I understand that we need more information about the community. I mean, to me, that's the biggest guess. And to say that the community is going to change dramatically in 10 years, I think it is the lowest cost housing that we have right now. I cannot imagine, and as long as the owner of that property keeps it in that use, I cannot imagine that the mix of people that are there now are going to change dramatically. There's still going to be the people that rely on that low-cost housing, that don't have any other choice in some cases. So I don't see, and that means senior citizens who are relying on Medicare and Social Security. That's a significant portion of the group out there now. So I don't think we have to do an awful lot to worry about what's going to happen in 10 years. Let's just look at what we have now. We haven't really done that yet.
So am I right in understanding, you're really just looking for a fleshing out of what we already know in terms of the demographics of the population, their existing health status?
Right, because, I mean, we're talking, this is your chance today to talk about health impacts, and I haven't heard anybody talk about health impacts yet. I mean, we've been talking about transportation, we've been talking about HIA sequencing, but we aren't really talking about the health consequences to the residents that are going to be impacted by the project. And I don't know what they are. I mean, they could be minor, they could be major. It's just that, you know, without the information, we don't know. And they don't know. That's the biggest problem. They don't know. Some of them are moving because of that. Because they don't know.
They mean
Some of the
current
people,
residents.
Some of the people in the manufactured home community are very worried about it. Their health, they feel, is marginal now, and any changes for the worst are going to be very bad for them. So they're trying to find a way to move out of that neighborhood.
Could I
Thank
ask
you.
Gary a question? So one of the issues I think we've had all along is that we felt a need to rush the health impact assessment a little bit, and we didn't have potentially as much resources to do a fuller job than maybe we did. Could you talk a little bit about what an expanded HIA might look at that would include more baseline data on the demographics that are there, but also another area I don't think was looked at much was the impact on air quality, for example. One of the main determinants of health in this, or impacts on health, it's over 20 years, the emissions from diesel fuel in 20 years are going to be cut by 80% because it's going to be requirements. And so those things weren't in the HIA either. And so I guess I'm just asking, what kinds of things would you do in addition? How long would it take? Because we've got a little bit of time now, and we have some time between now and when council actually potentially makes a decision.
Yeah. I am,
I know you're
a disclosure,
you're
I'm
retired
not
now,
the
too.
HIA expert, but we have somebody in the crowd who is more expert than I, and we might call on her as well. But no, I think the things that Victor identified are the key issues. What is the social status? And I think a lot of the health impact here really has to do with the economic instability, the stress that causes. And there's a clear literature on the impact of stress and economic disruption on long-term health outcomes. So and we can do a better job of quantifying where people are at with that. I mean, we have some very basic information knowing that income level is generally lower than it is in the rest of the community. Age is higher. Presumably there are health issues that go along with that. I think we can enumerate that better, and we'll add a little bit more precision to the assessment. Actually, I have a list of questions about the air quality issues and mitigation, and I think those are the kinds of things that we do need to talk about a little bit more. The air quality concerns really came out of the PAT study, and I think there are some questions that I'd like to. I haven't read the material, or haven't gone back and done the PAT's material for a while, and so I had a few questions related to that. But things like, are the presumptions about improved diesel technology built into the PAT study? Are they not? Some of I think we need to balance some of the staff answers to these questions about, changes in diesel, changes in locomotive, the switch to electric short pole locomotives for the loop, that kind of thing. I think we need to get a little bit more certainty around that. The other thing that's concerning to me is the whole issue of housing mitigation. I think it's a really valuable thing to do in terms of the addressing some of the social impacts and addressing some of the indoor air quality concerns that are generated by the housing itself, off-gassing of materials within the housing. we need to have a discussion on what that mitigation really does for the outdoor air, for the infiltration of outdoor air into those dwellings, because that's really what we're talking about. We're talking about launching a lot of diesel particulate into the air from multiple sources, and what does the mitigation really mean in terms of decreasing indoor exposures to that? Is the assumption that does everybody just live in a windows closed, well-sealed environment now? And what does that really mean in terms of exposure? It certainly means something during the winter. I'm not sure how much it means in the fall, in the spring, and the summer, where people need to have windows open and, we'll be outside. So, those are the kinds of issues that I think can be addressed in more detail, and the general issue of mitigation. And Betsy Clapp from the Health Department is here. I don't know if she would want to add any further thoughts to that.
There's a couple of people from the health. Betsy, you want to come up, and is it Elizabeth also?
Yeah.
Oh, huh?
Elizabeth or Betsy?
Oh, okay. Heather?
Let's go, Elizabeth.
And Steve had to leave.
Oh,
Steve
okay.
White.
Okay.
And I'd say while we're at it, I intended to ask him to come up regarding the airport futures, but I wonder, given he does have a background in NEPA, whether Mr. Salinger has anything to add to this conversation.
Okay. Well, I want to get with them, and then I want to get the port on this air quality thing, and then we'll get Bob.
All right.
Okay. So
I got two things.
I guess a couple just general comments about HIA in the United States is it's a relatively new practice, so that's been a little bit challenging for us to figure out, what's the norm in the HIA realm for collecting baseline data. From my experience, and I haven't read every single one, but I read a lot, there's not a lot of HIAs that have really specific health data right now. So it's hard to say what we could do differently because there haven't been a lot that have been very specific with health data.
Do they have baseline data, Elizabeth?
Well, I think, Gary, you could speak to this too, but in general, that's a challenge that public health is having in that we don't have a lot of local, small-scale health data. We have, a lot of our data are at the county level. And so it's a challenge that we face in doing our work.
That was always my struggle in reviewing it, Gary, is it was hard to zoom in from the bigger radius data into this specific condition. You made comments about demographics, though, and income level that I think could be compelling and probably fairly easy to collect.
So is that something that, when you looked at what Don just said in terms of data collection, is that the kind of information that would then help create a better baseline, a health baseline?
We already did. We drilled down as far as one can drill down in the existing demographic data without literally taking a new census. So there's not much more we could do at that unless you are doing a full-blown interview every person kind of a situation.
But to their housing situations, I think there's a question about the quality of air inside the house, the quality of air outside the house, and then, we have a potential, what's the quality of air if you have a facility, and so does that, you start to, I don't know, you need to check every house, but you have a general idea of the differences in the quality of air today, and then what's the potential.
The quantitative leap we made was that there's data that shows there's poor indoor air quality in older manufactured homes, and there's data that shows that diesel emissions can cause health issues as well. And so we're not able to draw a neat equation that gives you an equivalency there in terms of effort. Okay. But both of them are affecting the same people. And so the logic was, let's improve one situation to offset the other. It's not a direct offset, it's an indirect.
Okay. Other questions? Howard, you had a question for the port about the air quality?
Yeah, I did, actually. It was,
Could we get, Susie, you want to come up?
I have I counted 3 questions so far, so should I start with those, or Howard, do you want?
Well, my question, Susie, had to do with, I'll find it here, I circled it. Item 10 under environment, where you say marine tenants at West State Nile will make their own deal, or I'm paraphrasing, will achieve carbon neutrality on their own or in their own, and I wondered if that shouldn't be a requirement.
That will be a requirement of the port, and we will accomplish that through our own leases. So the assumption is that we would require that of the tenant.
Okay. The other question I had was this advisory board that you're talking about. Who's going to be on it? Will there be do you have any kind of an idea of an outline of the representation that board will be?
Our assumption is that it would be stakeholders from the island largely, both residents as well as business representatives, but also other interested parties. So it would be modeled largely after the Airport Futures community advisory group that is in existence right now, and it relies on people that live around the airport, but also other stakeholders.
Okay. I just want to make, if I could, one connection, Eric, sorry. Under community, I circled help protect human health with regard to the environment, and I see that as kind of a health issue as well as a community issue. Do you as well? Is that how you make the two work together?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So Eric, you had
I just wanted to note, with that advisory committee, the draft of the IGA spells out the specific list of stakeholders that would be included, and I believe Susie was right, but it's in writing in the IGA.
I didn't know it was that committee. It was another committee.
There was a question about the NEPA process and the purpose and need. I think after some consultation with folks that are familiar with the purpose and need statements, we could say something like, in the IGA, it could require that the port include in the purpose and need statement consistency with city land use and zoning requirements. And that would be, that would meet the intent, I believe, of what you were asking for, Commissioner Smith.
Well, I guess the question in my mind is the purpose and need only about the 300 acres, or is it about the whole western half of the island? The scope matters a lot in purpose and need. So if we said it included all 800 acres, and we said it's consistent with zoning, that would accomplish it. If it's consistent with zoning and only talk about the 300 acres, then it doesn't add much.
Right, and I can't predict the future right now, but I think my intent would be that we would want to look at the entire site, but.
Okay.
I suspect that the entire site makes sense because we've always, this has always been envisioned as a very balanced approach between open space and industry.
May I offer a comment or thought on the HIA conversation? I guess the one concern that we've had about the baseline issue is really HIPAA. It's how much information would individuals be willing to share if we're talking about a survey. And I think that's, I mean, just using the Port of Portland as an example, we've been asked to provide information to address some of our own health insurance costs. And fundamentally, we're not required to do that. And so you get a lot of pushback from folks about sharing information about their health because of the implications for insurance. So I just want to raise that as a concern and an issue when we're talking about a baseline. I think if it's publicly available information, it makes perfect sense to me. Yeah. But if we're talking about trying to secure that information from individuals, I think that is a challenge.
Okay. I had just one question. You, in your statement, you said that, I can't remember the bullet, under the environment, number 5, the port would reduce direct and indirect greenhouse gas emissions by 15%. So specifically to diesel emissions, how are you going to measure that? And is that specifically over the West Hayden Island, or is that global, or?
That's actually a port goal, and I might need to phone a friend just for a minute. Dorothy? Can you assist with that? And the other thing, Rachel, is that you have a handout of the emissions information. Was that shared with folks?
Yeah, we have not shared that yet, but we can also put it up on the screen. But it gets to some of your questions as it relates to implementing EPA regulations for marine, rail, and truck, and what that looks like over the next, between now and 2040.
So the question is more, is that because the port is taking a positive action in terms of regulating the trains, the trucks, and the ships, or is that just through natural attrition of the regulation of the EPA?
Well, the handout is a reflection of really what's a requirement today based on EPA regulations. The port goal is actually based on our air quality
Okay. I'll speak for, I'm not our air expert, but the port goal is actually a step better than looking at the state's goals. So for particulates, actually the port has a port-wide emissions inventory for all of our emissions. That's our baseline. So we know what our baseline levels are. And so that is a long-term reduction goal. So we have that for both greenhouse gases and for particulate matter.
Okay.
So it's port-wide.
Okay.
We base that on our port-wide inventory.
So the actions that we require, that we would take, projects that we would undertake to accomplish.
That's
So
for
what would
port
those be?
operations.
How would those be West Island specific?
Again, that's a port-wide inventory. So we don't have any emissions right now from West Hayden Island.
Well, but
So it's,
Do you measure and you measure and monitor?
I think one thing,
we measure and monitor
Okay.
port-wide, so.
Okay.
I mean, you might be getting at, you could easily reduce your emissions 15% for carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gas emissions and do nothing in terms of your diesel fleet. You could do that all through switching to renewables and doing energy efficiency within the fleet, but have it not be transportation at all.
Yeah, that, I mean, I understand the overall goal, but I'm trying to figure out specifically to particulate and diesel that our potentials here.
Right, it's all about alternative fuels.
Okay. Okay.
And I'm not sure, that I'm answering the question.
No, but that's fine. I understand where it is, so, okay. Great. Other questions? Yeah.
Yeah,
Gary.
three actually for Susie and Dorothy. Well, I guess actually one is for Betsy. When the PAT study was done, did that incorporate projected decreases in that would result from regulatory changes? Do you recall?
Well, and if you don't mind, Betsy, sorry. It did to a degree, and it incorporated basically, if you look at 2017, because the PATS model only goes to 2017. So the assumption is that the regulatory changes that would be in place by 2017 is what it used as the forecast out into the future. So it did not take into account, and which is why we showed this information, it did not take into account the additional reductions beyond 2017 that are required as part of EPA's regulations.
Yeah, and the other.
And that's simply because of the modeling approach. It wasn't.
No, it was their time. It was their time anchor for the whole study. And so, the other thing is, I would just ask us to be a little bit cautious about saying we have something like PATS, which is a really fairly sophisticated multimodal study that says this is what's happening with air pollution. I think we need to be very cautious not say, oh, we can just forget about it all because the regulatory standards for diesel are going to get a lot better and the fuels are going to get a lot better. Those are apples and oranges, and I would caution us about doing that. A couple of questions for the port, and I really, I appreciate from my own professional dealings with the port on environmental issues that the port's a good organization.
But a couple things did come up that struck me. One was, I think the idea that the switch to the short haul or the tug locomotives and using those in electrics as much as possible. Yet in the same report, it basically says that those are very unlikely to be available to the local area here because of market forces elsewhere in the country, and is wondering how you reconcile that.
Those are two different things that we were talking about. So one actually speaks to the type of locomotive versus the type of mover around the loop itself.
Right, the short track
So
electric.
the short haul tug is something, or truck, whatever it's called, is something that we could in fact secure for the development itself. It's when you're asking the class 1s to use basically electric or reduced diesel emission engines. That's not something that we can guarantee because it's the class 1s.
The long haul.
The long haul,
Yeah.
right.
Okay. And then the other question was, has the port had much experience in minority contracting, and what's a track record? And you don't have to answer it now if the data's not fresh in mind, but I know it's an area that we all want to do better with, and it's an area that's notoriously difficult to do better with. So I would just be...
We have a great deal of experience, and I would say we're one of the leaders. And I would be happy to bring our representative on minority contracting here to chat with you about what we have been doing and how aggressive we've been in that area. There's also a lot of references on our website that you can refer to as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Just on that point, I would add that during the Portland Plan Equity Initiative, we looked at a number of external organizations in terms of their minority contracting records and programs, and the port was one of the ones we looked at as a template because they do appear to have a better track record than the city does.
Thank you.
I do a lot of that, and I would say yes, but probably need to take a look at it. We're pushing time on this, and so I want to, if there's no more questions for Susie. Oh, no.
I have I know we're not in the truck section, but I don't want to call Susie back up when we get to the truck section after one question. Susie, one of the issues I've been pushing in the advisory committee and through this process is the idea of side underrun bars to protect cyclists in collisions with trucks. And the question is, to what extent will trucks repeatedly call on this facility? And I think what I saw from the staff memo is there will be some trucks that call repeatedly and some trucks that are very random. Would some kind of regulation like any truck that calls on this facility 12 times in 6 months has to be fitted with side underrun bars be a feasible thing to enforce?
I personally think that would be very difficult both to enforce, but it would also create a serious disadvantage because it would end up being a cost to the company, the trucking companies themselves. It's not the tenant that would be paying for it, it's the individual trucking companies themselves. There is an organization that encourages all kinds of improvements to the trucking activities, and maybe a better way would be to encourage them to look at this as an option for Portland as a whole.
All right. John, did you have a comment on that?
No, I think that the characteristics about trucks going to and from the port are maybe a little different in that I think that it's pretty much straight ahead movements. So I think that there's going to be not the prevalence of right hook bicycle conflicts that you would normally have out on a city grid. And so not to delude what you're saying here, but I think that the risk factor in this particular case is actually pretty low. Okay. It's going to be straight ahead movements. It's going to be relatively low speed. It's 25 miles an hour now. We don't see any reason that it would increase. And there are virtually no turning movements to and from the port.
All right, I'll let that one go. Thank you.
Mike?
No, I want to get back to the rolling over of the airport futures principles, because I know Commissioner Hanson, I know Mr. Salinger and others were involved in that. I'm just curious how comfortable you feel about just taking those wholesale and rolling them into this document. Have any comments on that, Don or?
Actually, I
Bob?
wasn't involved in airport futures.
I thought
was
you
involved
were.
when it came through our commission.
Okay, I thought you were on that
didn't serve on the
advisory.
committee, but, it would be good to hear from Bob Salinger about it.
Okay.
Was that all on it? And the NEPA question as well.
NEPA.
so.
Any other questions?
So I'm inviting
Okay.
comments. as opposed to a
Bob?
question. I would make one comment, however, when I look at the environment section of this, I would just, I don't know, I personally would dispute bringing West Hayden Island into the city, annexing it, and permanently setting aside 500 acres is, I think it's a question in some people's minds whether that is a good environmental move or not. So I'll just
Where's that?
throw that out
Where's
there.
that in this document?
Well, it's just,
Or just
it's under the
implied?
environment.
It's under the environment. Okay. Bob? And just in terms of interest of time, after Bob, like to get back and look at this question, and then in terms of recommendation, unless people have further questions.
Right, 'cause we hadn't seen this before that I'm aware of, and I'm just curious. That was a very controversial and long process, and so just simply saying we're gonna roll those over into this process, I just have a question about if that's a good idea or not.
I don't know that we're going to roll it in. It's just, it's their proposal.
Right.
And it's their example, so.
Exactly.
So NEPA first. Excuse me, Bob Salinger, Conservation Director for Portland Audubon Society. So I think it seems like we keep deferring to NEPA, and what I would say about NEPA is that it is a process-oriented law. It requires that we take a hard look at the different alternatives and the different impacts. It does not require environmental outcomes per se, and that's a big misperception about NEPA. And what most of the litigation occurs when we talk about NEPA is that they didn't look at certain issues or they ignored certain factors. But it's a consideration process. It doesn't mandate specific environmental outcomes for wildlife or for the community. And so when you rely on NEPA to protect the community, you're relying on a law that doesn't necessarily do that. And that's why groups like Audubon are focused so specifically on the local process, because we believe that is the best opportunity to put baseline provisions in place to protect the environment, to protect the community. Now, maybe the NEPA process will get us up above that, but oftentimes the NEPA process fails miserably when it comes to protecting the environment and the community, and that's just the way the law works. If you consider those factors, you can also dismiss them. You can decide that you can't afford to do the right thing under NEPA. So this is our opportunity. I would also note that SB 766, Senate Bill 766, could preclude, if it's applied to West Hayden Island, the kinds of hearings you're talking about on community health impacts, because it precludes public hearings as part of the permitting process. So I would, again, urge you to take a hard look at SB 766 and provide that can't be applied to West Hayden Island, because a lot of these processes that you're deferring down the road could be precluded under that as well. One last thing there too is I serve on the Airport Futures Follow-On Committee. I serve on a lot of these things. They're well-intended, but frankly, they're meaningless because there's no decision coming up. And so what those committees tend to be is dog and pony shows. You meet 2-3 times a year, you go in, you get some nice reports about all the great things that are happening. It's a changing cast of characters, and there's no pressure and no leverage to actually affect change through them. So what you do is you get a lot of reports and you make a few comments, and then you meet again with a different cast of characters 6-12 months later. So again, those committees, they sound good, but they don't really accomplish very much. This is our opportunity. As far as Airport Futures goes, I hadn't seen this document before today, so I just started reading through it, but it doesn't upload Airport Futures. It leaves out, if you read through the guiding principles, there are 3 omissions. The numbers skip from 1 to 3 and from 7 to 9. The third one that skipped was specific to the airport itself, so that one doesn't really count. But the ones that were left out, and I just sent you an email to this effect, were the ones about community and the environment. And I'm going to read these to you because they're not in here.
And the economy, Bob.
the economy was, I'll read you that one too, because it pertains directly to PDX, if you want me to read that, Susie. 2, community. Engage the entire community and encourage our citizens to take responsibility for their individual actions, reduce resource use, pollution and waste. This requires collaboratively developing solutions that remove barriers and build upon private and public efforts to ensure efficient, timely, and complementary results. So that was left out. The environmental one that was left out, number 8, was avoid, minimize, mitigate, and restore impacts to natural resources. Where natural resources in special habitat areas or protection areas will be adversely impacted, apply the principles of avoid, minimize, and mitigate, restore, and ensure that they are fully mitigated, the impacts are fully mitigated and contribute to the overall net improvement of wildlife habitat quality, quantity, and connectivity within the Columbia Slough watershed. Those 2 principles were absolutely essential. We argued over these for months and months, and if they weren't in there, that process would have been a train wreck. We could not have gotten through that process, especially without number 8. The one that Susie refers to, number 6 that's not in here, was maintain and enhance PDX as a world-class airport. So I understand why that one's not in here. But those other 2 were absolutely essential. And the fact that they're not here, that they're literally erased and skipped over, the numbers weren't even recalibrated, is of real concern to us, because those are the kinds of things that will make this achieve the triple bottom line. If the community is truly taken care of, and if we mitigate in a way that achieves a net increase, those principles aren't here. And if you go to the latter part of this document, again, I just skimmed it, it doesn't talk about no net loss or net increase. It talks about protecting 500 out of 800 acres that are currently in natural resource situation. So I would say that this misses the key elements of airport futures in a huge way.
Bob, the omitted sections, would you add those on top of what's already in here under environment, page 5? I know you're just skimming.
Again, we didn't have a chance to review this in advance, which is unfortunate. But what I'm reading quickly on page 5 is something radically different. It talks about protecting 500 acres in perpetuity. We go from 800 acres of land in natural resource that are currently functioning as natural resources to 500 acres. Airport futures, what the port committed to there, what the airport committed to, was a net increase in quality, quantity, and function. And so that means you mitigate for what you destroy. It doesn't mean that you take 800 acres and protect 500. It means the 500 don't count toward that. You have to mitigate for the 300 as well. And that was also in the principles that were adopted by the Advisory Committee for Hayden Island. And that's what the city has been working towards. The one part that we really think missed the boat was on the floodplains, and you addressed that in the last meeting, and we're pleased to hear that. But that net increase in ecosystem function is absolutely critical. So real mitigation for the impacts that are going to occur.
Okay.
And the point would be that, in my opinion, that's consistent with the city council's resolution regarding net increase in function. They should be parallel.
All right. Other questions for Bob, Susie? I have one question for you, Susie. So about timing. So the health impact, it seems to me a complete health impact assessment would also have mitigation that potentially could come out because of some impacts of at least a potential development of some type of rail terminal and something. Would those impacts from a standpoint of a developer, depending on timing, the developer may have to do those impacts, take into consideration those impacts in building their facility. Would it be better to know at least potentially, if you build a rail terminal, here's what you might have to do early? Or would you just want to tell them, hey, now that we know that you're going to build a rail terminal, we've done a health impact and you signed on, now here's what you have to do? I mean, from your perspective of you're out recruiting somebody.
So, the way that we've been thinking about this is that, first of all, we've committed to a health impact analysis at the point in time when we really know what the development is going to be. That makes a whole lot of sense to us, because then, as Victor points out, you really have a sense of both when is it going to happen, or and what is it going to be, and therefore you can determine the implications. And I think what you're asking, Commissioner, is whether that would be something that we would ask the developer of the terminal to do, or would that be something that we would factor in ourselves? And I think it's probably a little of both. I think, based on, if you just use the concept that I think Keith Levitt described when we met early on, is the notion that basically you've got to take Tier 3 land, industrial land, to Tier 1, and there are certain improvements that are going to be necessary as part of that process. Some of those improvements, and it may include some offsite mitigation, it may include some landscaping, happens as part of the landlord's responsibility of getting it to Tier 1 and actually marketing the site. On the other hand, there may be best management practices that we are asking the tenant to do as part of their development, and that would be handled through lease agreements. And I think what we're trying to demonstrate is that we do have a pretty good track record. I think the Toyota site is a good example of that, of actually getting the tenant to do things that are unique and meet the values and intentions of the city. So I think it's both.
Okay, thanks. Other questions? Nope. Okay, thanks. So back to the recommendation, sequencing of permits and timing of study. I'm going to jump down to the second bullet, mandate a baseline health study as part of the HIA.
Are you in the port?
No.
Back to the PowerPoint.
Back to the PowerPoint, the recommendation.
Oh, okay.
So it seems that I've heard we're mostly in agreement that there should be an HIA. What that should include is probably needs to be determined more, but there should be a baseline HIA.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. And I haven't heard any discussion on the practitioner, HIA practitioner B of the HIA, but that would, is everyone in agreement with that one?
Before we leave the first bullet.
We'll go back up to the
Okay.
first one at the end.
Okay.
Is there any disagreement on that bullet? Okay, so we're back up to the clear trigger for the HIA based on the likely permitting sequence trigger and trigger for supplemental HIAs with additional facility permits.
Your question is what's
And
the
my
clear trigger?
question, well, two triggers are, there's multiple paths of this HIA coming out. There's one through the programmatic, that is one, and then looks like a multiple addendums to that as facilities are built, so you have a clear idea of what you're doing a HIA for in terms of the facility, and you're trying to understand the impacts of that facility. And the other is even more squishy, kind of doing one, and then, again, it looks like addendums or potentially not.
Andre, I'd like to comment on this aspect. I guess as I think about it, and as I've heard Gary comment also, it seems like the first thing we would do for base data is we'd enhance what we've done.
Mm-hmm.
There might be some additional demographic analysis and kind of available information that we know about. So, and that enhancement of what we've done would set somewhat of a baseline. And as I look at the programmatic example diagram, I kind of look at the third box down, which is a draft environmental impact statement. And then from there, I go down to kind of around the record of decision, and I'm not sure procedurally where they should fit in. But at that point, it seems like you're going to know more about who's going to come in and lease the land and what kind of facility they'd put in. And there might be a more specific health impact analysis information needed at that point. That's kind of an initial hunch on this.
Chris?
So a few thoughts on this. I don't think we know which of these NEPA paths are going to be followed. So I think our recommendation better work with both, right? Yeah. So it seems to me that it seems pretty clear to me that there needs to be some mechanism, whether it's a supplemental or a validation, but as each terminal proposal comes in, there's got to be a way to check that we don't have some new condition that we hadn't anticipated and need to understand. Then to me, the question is, when is the first big HIA? Is that at the time of requesting permits for fill, or is it at the time of requesting permits for the first terminal facility? And I think I heard that at the time of fill, we don't know enough about the development proposal to do anything meaningful. So I guess I'm interested in other people's opinions, but whether the first big one shouldn't happen with the first terminal and then have supplementals for the subsequent terminals. Is that a rational approach? And I think I heard Susan also almost offer to gather some baseline data now, but I don't know if she meant that or not.
Well, Chris, I think we just said the same thing.
Okay.
And we basically, we enhance the information we have before we fill the site. And then when they know who's going to operate what kind of facility on leased land from the port, the detail of the information is elevated. And so that I commented on the programmatic example. And on the NEPA process one, the boxes I checked on that were maybe at the environmental assessment, which is the third box down, is when the enhanced information might be made available. And then it looks as though after the draft environmental impact statement, somewhere between there and the final impact statement, is when they'd have specific proposals for the marine facilities themselves, and that's where the more detailed evaluation might occur. And by the way, Eric, what does FONSI stand for?
Finding of no significant impact.
What?
Finding of no significant impact.
Thank you. Forgot that. I knew that too.
So what we're proposing is a baseline enhanced study. And then
When?
That would be immediately?
Now.
Yeah, if I can speak to that a little bit. I think we have a pretty clear outline of what the health impacts are going to be from the work that the health department's done already. I think what we would add is a clearer sense of magnitude, and we would add more detail and more nuance about how the current population would be impacted, with the assumption that the current population or the future population will look like the current population. So I think we'll have a better impact. I think the value is in doing it soon, because I think once this gets rolling and the annexation is done and we're into the process of permitting and such, it's a little hard for me to imagine that the whole thing is going to be stopped or significantly change direction as a result of an HIA. I don't think the information's going to be that much different in nature. It'll be different in magnitude. What the HIA is designed to do is to make policymakers like ourselves and the City Council struggle with these issues about there's going to be local health impact. How do we balance that against the benefits of the port? And so, I think we can enhance a bit what we know. I'd be surprised if the fundamental outline changes, but I think it'll get more nuanced.
Can I add to my recommendation? So, in terms of getting a decision out of this body, my recommendation would be that we don't halt our decision here until we have that information, but that we make a recommendation, and as part of our recommendation to City Council, we include the need to make further findings around health, and that we actually outline what it is, how much it costs, what it is, that we actually perceive as the specific need of what we would get in additional information.
So then council has the option whether they go ahead
They
and vote or
can,
wait
they can
until
take
get
that recommendation or not, but at that point, I think it will help them make their decision. And I don't want us to do that unnecessarily if they're not going to be pushing that decision. I'd rather put it as a part of our recommendation.
Susan, could I just clarify? You were saying, when you say it'll help them, meaning the City Council?
Correct. Potentially, but I also don't see us, because there will be a cost to that, and given our budget situation, citywide, not our budget, I mean, our budget alone, we will have to make a strong case for that there's a need for that additional information and that the health impact assessment that we already have isn't good enough.
Well, and just to make a comment, it's not we have not made a decision on annexation, so it's, we're trying to do the best we can. That should we make a recommendation, then we want to make sure we have all the i's dotted and the t's crossed, but we have not, it's not when necessarily, it's if. There is a recommendation coming out of this commission on annexation.
I agree with that, Mike.
Right.
And so the other 2 parts of the HIA I want to make sure is there's a current population there today, and want to make sure we capture that population. But looking forward, Hayden Island, as we saw on our presentation just previously about the comp plan, has proposed development not only from the business community in terms of Jantzen Beach build out, but also housing. And so that's probably going to be a little bit of different demographic than what's there today. And so that I guess, economic model and looking at what type of, we already traffic modeled that, but in terms of the health impacts on them, because I'm sure they would need a seat at the table also, because they'll be a different community and raise their arms and say they want to be heard also.
Yeah, that was sort of our logic for doing the baseline at the time of development.
Well, yeah.
Was that.
Okay, great. And then, so the other part is the port has given us their vision. I think if we have comments or concerns or whatever, we can get those back to staff on this, on that.
Fair enough.
Fair enough. So do you have enough on that one? And then for the others, we'll have to come back probably, because we're.
Do you want to, we're going to have to follow up with you on the timing of that. Our attempts to schedule a supplemental session with you on the environmental issues have failed so far, so we need to decide what your schedule is in March, I think, is the issue.
March 26th.
March 26th, has not everybody sent an email back?
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you get enough? You didn't get a quorum? Oh, okay.
So we're into April with that.
Okay.
I just haven't heard from it.
So we'll,
Okay.
Should I not
Keep it on your schedule.
So if you haven't,
name names now?
yeah, if you haven't sent a response,
Seriously?
if you haven't heard a response, please get one back.
Look how Matt Oxnell is. He left.
He's
Not even sticking around.
That's interesting.
So if you haven't got the response, get it back so we can get the 26th,
I definitely.
March 26th on the schedule.
Huh.
And then we would pick up the other items at that point, Eric.
yeah, the remaining items I have on the schedule is the timing of the housing funds, the sustainability policy and that the port presented, the truck cap, and the construction impacts.
A process point, it's not on here, but I guess I am concerned about the adequacy of the housing funds as well. Is that going to be fair game for discussion? Not just the timing, but is 3.6 million enough?
You can discuss the adequacy during that discussion.
Okay. And I also want to bring up the park as part of that.
Okay.
Go find the money.
Really? Send me a
Okay.
note.
With anything else, Eric?
No, I guess one possibility is that, given that we only made it through one of the 6 discussion items today, we may shuffle the entire schedule and propose something back to you that will respond to the pace you're going, so look for that.
Well, I think.
Why don't we change the pace?
Let's talk about this at the briefing, because I like to get a different way of kind of presenting these and to get us to a moving a little faster. Not that you can't ask questions, Howard. Okay, with that, we're adjourned, and thank you very much.
Newly appointed Vice Chair, Howard Shapiro.
And Howard Shapiro. We're going to revote.